Hey, let's get it, man. Yeah. Okay. Another 5-hour KM to AM on the fan in New York. It's getting a little warmer outside. It's staying lighter outside a little later. Nice little sunset today. Almost took the train in today. They got the Hoboken PATH train back going to New York. I think I heard they were giving out free rides this morning, and you just feel like as we're in this last week of February, we're getting closer to March. We're getting closer to spring. We're getting closer to opening day. We're getting closer to the NFL draft. We're getting closer to the NBA playoffs. I think everybody's cool on the Knicks right now. I think everybody's kind of letting that breathe for a little bit. Later on, we'll have to see Luka and the Lakers, but the NFL is king. The NFL is undefeated, man. And they will stay undefeated because just 2 weeks after the Super Bowl, and here we are 2 days before the combine, we have a bunch of nothing to talk about. And it's great. 888-808-1019. 2 weeks after the Super Bowl and just 2 days before the NFL combine, they'll never get rid of the combine. I was reading some on Twitter about should they get rid of the combine because some of the top players aren't competing? Less and less top players will compete in the combine and they won't get rid of it. It's a place for the guys that don't have the biggest of names to emerge. It's a place for Xavier Worthy to be the fastest man ever to run the 40 and become a first-round pick. It's a place for a guy to have, 30 reps on the bench that you didn't expect, somebody to jump out of the building. And it's something for football fans to watch on NFL Network and for media members to all go to Lucas Oil Stadium, agents to go to Lucas Oil Stadium, veteran players even to go there and meet up and talk. And there's a lot of meeting up. There's a lot of talk. And there's a lot of smoke screens. I remind you that the draft is a competition. Everybody should have a poker face. Everybody should be able to bluff. Everybody should be sending smoke signals into the air about who they want and what they're going to do. And I say that to say this. Here we are where the Daniel Jones era is done. The Aaron Rodgers era is done. And both New York teams are quarterback needy. And they do Knicks for clicks. They certainly just do New York for clicks. The biggest media market with the most fans online, on air, radio talk. They know that, okay, if we're talking Giants, we're talking Jets, and we're talking quarterbacks. Those three things together, boom. And the NFL in general is a quarterback-driven league. You hear that a ton. And in this offseason, where they're looking at the draft and they're saying, I don't know about these quarterbacks. It's not that deep of a quarterback draft. The top two guys at the top, they're not can't-miss prospects. They both could be bust. I don't know about these guys. That's not how I feel. But that's the narrative you're getting. So it is making even a, free agency class of quarterbacks, which is also weak, shine brighter. All of this works in concert. Now we're talking about Matthew Stafford. I'll get right to it on Matthew Stafford. I think this is all leverage play. I think that the Rams, who won a Super Bowl after they went to get him, I think the Rams, who more and more, I don't know, I didn't feel like they really had a chance to beat the Eagles, but more and more people are talking about they were driving to beat the Eagles. They weren't going to beat the Eagles. They were driving. They were 2 plays away from beating the Eagles. So I'll paint the picture however you want to paint the picture. Matthew Stafford is 37 years old. He's trying to get $50 million a year. They're asking for a first-round pick. The Jets at 7? No. The Giants at 3? Hell no. And with no, there's no way that the Giants can pay for Matt Stafford, whether it's the pick, whether it's the contract. So all this talk about, his brother-in-law, they hired his brother-in-law, so what? And then his wife's podcast, right? Oh, she wants to come to the big city. She wants to come to New York so she can go to Good Morning America or something that. You don't need that. It's about football. It's about winning. And I just think we're just making up a lot of stuff right now, and it's cool and it's fine. And I want to hear from you, Giants fans, about Matthew Stafford. I want to hear from you, Jets fans, about Shedeur Sanders, because Mel Kiper's mock draft came out. And you know what? I think Mel Kiper is close to calling it quits, retiring, hanging it up. I kind of lean more into what Todd McShay has to say. There are some inconsistencies in Mel Kiper's mock draft and some of the things he's putting out there. There are some top players missing. But anyway, in Mel Kiper's mock draft, which I think has, obviously it's ESPN, he's their lead draft guy for decades. They've got Cam Ward going to the Browns at number 2 and Travis Hunter going to the Giants at 3. I talked plenty of nights about Travis Hunter and going to the Giants and how he's a star, how the kid doesn't drink, he doesn't party, how he's a nerd, how he'd be great for the Giants because they should put him at corner where they could use him, but they also could use him as a gadget receiver. I think Travis Hunter would be a great pick. But then at number 7, they have prime time, Deion Sanders' boy, Shedeur Sanders dropping to the Jets. I don't see it. I don't think they're that quarterback needy. And I keep hearing all this talk about Aaron Rodgers, right? And we'll play some cuts. Actually, Paulie, cue up the cuts from Mooj, Glenn, and Joe Shane. Whatever we have, let's play it for the audience. I keep hearing about Aaron Rodgers and how Aaron Glenn is a disciple of Bill Parcells, and Bill Parcells didn't want a celebrity quarterback. Well, if you didn't want Aaron Rodgers as a celebrity quarterback, why would you draft Deion Sanders' son, Shedeur Sanders? He's a celebrity too. 888-808-1019. The kid holds up his wrist to show his bust-down Rolly, his Patek Philippe watch. The kid drives a Lamborghini. The kid is rich. He's always been rich. He's always been famous. He's got millions of followers. Are the Jets trying to bring that kid into the building? I don't think so. They're looking for winners. Aaron Glenn, man, I'll say this to the Jets fans because there's a few Jets fans that I just see. Like, shout out to Connor Gangrene, who produces here, and Rami, who produces here, and I see their Jets tweets. I feel like they're having a hard time getting over Aaron Rodgers not being the quarterback for the Jets anymore, and Aaron Rodgers being a winner in his past. Aaron Rodgers hasn't won anything in the last few years. Aaron Rodgers is a scam. Aaron Rodgers plays Jedi mind tricks, and they did not work on this regime. They did not work on Darren Muji. It didn't work on Aaron Glenn. I was reading Zach Rosenblatt's tweets, and he said Broncos GM George Patton raved about Jets GM Darren Muji today. He said Muji was part of every decision we made, called him my go-to guy for everything. The Broncos had a pretty good year last year, all things considered, especially 2 years ago when they called out Nathaniel Hackett and the Jets and, everything else that went down there. They were a playoff team. They drafted a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix that people passed on. And let me say this as well. No one knows anything, especially not on February 25th. No one knows anything about where these quarterbacks are going to land. It's a quarterback carousel. It's going to go round and round. No one knows what these kids in the draft are going to be because so much of it depends on the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the team, and the city that these kids land in. No one knows anything right now. We're all projecting and proclaiming. We're looking at little clips on Twitter. We're going off of games that we've seen with these guys. We're going off stuff like, for the life of me, I don't understand why so many people call up WFAN to say, oh, I don't want the circus around Shedeur Sanders. Are you crazy? What circus? Deion Sanders? Oh, I don't want Deion Sanders in the Giants building. Deion Sanders not going to be in the Giants building unless he's invited there. He's a head coach. He coaches the Colorado Buffaloes, right? He's going to be far away from New Jersey. He's got a job to do. He's building a program out there. He's going to let his son be a man. And you know what I actually like about his son? He's got his brother Bucky, who is the oldest one that played at SMU, didn't make it in the NFL, so what? But now he's his videographer, social media guy, and he's like a little pit bull, watches his back. He's got a good support system. And then his brother Shiloh wasn't invited to the combine. Shedeur is also not going to work out at the combine. He's just going to have meetings. But Shiloh, whether he gets drafted or not, he's already joking about picking up the camera like his brother Bucky so that they can support Shedeur. This is a young man who New York, the lights aren't going to be too bright for. He's, like I said, already famous and rich. And it's Deion's kid. He's seen pro ball, right? Something that I put online. Shedeur's not going to the combine to compete. Do you remember a few years back, Deion worked for NFL Network? He knows that that's a random environment to put someone in that's got to test and raise their stock. He can't raise his stock anymore at the combine. He's going top 5, maybe top 7 if he falls to the Jets. He's going to do his pro day, and they're going to go through the route tree with receivers that he's used to throwing with, that his timing is already down with, in a controlled environment, not the combine where he's going to be compared to Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe, where he's going to be, throwing to random receivers he's never seen run before. And he damn sure doesn't need to go there and test, because he's not as fleet of foot as his dad. He's not a quick twitch guy. He's not a 40, 3-cone drill shuttle guy. He's not a guy that's going to test well at the combine. He's got 4 years of tape. That's all you need to see. 888-808-1019. Same with Cam Ward. Cam Ward is arguably the number 1 pick. Should be the top guy. Proved it. Proved it at Incarnate Word. Proved it at Washington State. And absolutely proved it this year at Miami. And both of those guys at the end of their seasons, I can't believe Cam Ward came out of the game at half. Oh, Shedeur Sanders was a non-factor in the game. So what? It doesn't matter. All that's in the past. Nobody knows anything. But we're going to talk about it tonight. Can we play some audio from either Shane? You have more from the Jets, from Muji and Glenn? Okay, just play what you have, and I'll react to it, and then we'll go to break.
Aaron Muji on Aaron Rodgers. So we'll start there. This is how he started his press conference.
Just want to address the Aaron Rodgers stuff. Get ahead of that. I'm not going to discuss any private discussions that I had with Aaron throughout this process, and really with any private discussion I had with any player for that matter. I'm not here to confirm or deny any rumors that happened during that process. I will say this: there was never an ultimatum or rules of engagement for Aaron to potentially join the Jets again. That never happened. AG and I had a lot of dialogue, a lot of conversations, a lot of good thoughts, and just felt at the end of the day, it was the best thing for the Jets moving forward, just going a different direction at the quarterback position. So a lot of respect for Aaron Rodgers as a player and person, first ballot Hall of Famer, wishing nothing but the best. That was a decision we made, and look forward to kind of moving past that and into this next process here with free agency and the draft.
Okay, so there was no ultimatum about you can't do Tuesdays with Pat McAfee. There was no ultimatum about being at every practice, mini camp. You can't go on vacation to Egypt or Costa Rica and do ayahuasca. I remember when the news first broke, and I gave you a list of reasons of things about Aaron Rodgers, his influence, him being a distraction, him aging. But the number one thing I said about Muj and Glenn, their intro press conference, they said it's about the roster, the team, and they're doubling down on that, talking about winning. And if you listen, they said that they're going to watch the film, that they are going to sit down and watch every Jets game from this past year. So that's why they moved on from Aaron Rodgers. They watched the tape. If you watch the Jets games like we all did, you can easily see that there's no reason to go back to this guy. So don't tell me about the winning that he did in his career. He won 8 games, I think, his last year in Green Bay, but they lost 5 in a row. And there were plenty of opportunities for him to win games for the Jets this year, and he couldn't get it done. All they did was watch the tape and make a decision that, hey, we can go in a different direction than Aaron Rodgers, and we need to take the cap hit now. What else you got, Paulie?
So this is just Aaron Glenn. This is about 40 seconds of Aaron Glenn, what he thinks of the team. Is it a win now team, and what he is expecting of his players?
I'm excited. I'm excited for the forward thinking of this group and what we're going to do as a team. So we're here to win now, and we're looking forward to it. We're looking for smart, tough, aggressive, and resilient players. All right, we're going to do everything we can to find those guys. And listen, you can find them in all different spots, small schools, big-time schools, trades. Wherever we can find them, we're going to try to bring them on this team. Listen, I look for guys that love football. I look for guys that are highly competitive. And I look for guys that endear themselves to their teammates. And those are some of the things that you just don't be able to scout. But you really have to dig in and find out who the player is. And when you have those qualities, man, it overcomes a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm excited for Aaron Glenn and for Darren Muji. This is going to be their first class of Jets. This is going to be their first crop of talent that they're bringing in. I think that both of these guys are able to identify the right kind of guys to change the culture. And you got to buy in if you're a Jets fan. You got one more? Okay, Joe Shane. I don't know if we have this cut from Joe Shane, But, you keep hearing everybody talk about him referencing, taking swings at the quarterback position. Well, hell, you better swing. This is your last at bat. Don't go down looking, because the swings that you took before, whether it's Tim Boyle or Drew Lock or Tommy Cutlets or paying Daniel Jones all that money, I don't know. Those were check swings. I don't know what those were. So you want to talk about now you want to take multiple swings at the position? Yeah, because it's the bottom of the ninth. Go ahead. Tell me what you got. Understood. Okay, run it.
Yeah, and where we are, Tommy DeVito is our only quarterback on the roster, so you may evaluate both of those. Those both may be options. So, again, we don't know what's going to happen in the draft. We don't know who's going to be there. When we get around these kids, they may or may not be a fit for us. So, we're going to have to address the position somewhere. And even if you get a young quarterback, you'd like to have a vet, in the room with them to show them the ropes and how to be a pro. So, we're looking at all different options. It's, hey, is this guy going to be really good for a young quarterback, or is this guy a starter? Or can we get a guy in the draft? Or if we do, should we have a guy that's more of a guy that can develop and show a guy how to be a pro? So, we're going to look at, vets. We're going to look at the draft. We're going to look at trade candidates. We're going to look at under every rock to, find the best prospect for us going into the 25 season.
Yeah, sounds good. We watched Hard Knocks. We saw how they prepared for the combine last year, how they prepared for questions and how Shane was going to be able to answer them. And, I think it's a smokescreen. He talked about not really watching much of Cam Ward. That's cap. I think he went to the bowl game. We know that at this point, they've definitely watched Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. I saw that they're going to meet with Ashton Jeanty. For what? For what? You're not taking a running back up there. What are you going to trade up like from the second round? No. And, at this point with Tommy DeVito, I think that could be a smokescreen too. What do you need Tommy DeVito on the roster for? I guess for the local vibe, local guy. But they need at least two quarterbacks. So they have to take multiple swings and hit. They need at least two knocks. One more.
You guys before, I think it's the most important position in football. And, we have one on our roster right now. And I think that's important wherever we address it, that the play has to be better than what it's been. And, because of injuries, we played 4 quarterbacks this year. We played 3 last year. So, it'd be nice to have one guy out there that can, help you, give you the best chance to win games and also stay healthy. So, again, yeah, that is an important position, and we need better play out of that position than what we've had, and that'll help us.
Yeah, the only thing left to do, complete the holy trinity, the GM, the coach, and the quarterback. You got to draft one, and you got to bring in a veteran one. And those got to be the two swings. And then for the Jets fans, I think you just got to trust that the past is the past. This is a new regime. Get over Aaron Rodgers. He did nothing for you. He hasn't had a good season in years since his MVP years. He's aging. You can move on and still win with a team, with a roster. And I think that these guys you have representing you are smart. I think that they're experienced. And I love that pretty much there are no leaks. And they're telling you straight up what it is and what it ain't. And now we go about finding the roster and finding the players that can create wins for the Jets and for the Giants. 888-808-1019. We'll talk about Matt Stafford. Another thing I saw, a smoke screen. Diana Rossini said that the Rams are okay with Jimmy Garoppolo as their starting quarterback. There's no way Sean McVay is okay with Jimmy Garoppolo as his starting quarterback. Oh, and then to tie in the Aaron Rodgers thing as well, everybody's pointing to, Aaron Rodgers would like to play for the Rams. I bet he would. Doesn't he have a crib out there somewhere? Yeah, I bet he would. That'd be nice if he could just sign up for the Rams. Yeah. Pat Leonard said sources tell the Daily News that Aaron Rodgers prefers to play for the Rams and that the outgoing Jets quarterback would bring Devontae Adams with him once the Jets receiver becomes a free agent. Yeah, all right. Call me up, 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. Yo, right back at it on the Fan in New York. We'll get the, quarterback conversation. We'll get the combine conversation going. And then we'll move on. 888-808-1019 if you'd like to call. I forgot my MacBook charger, so we're not streaming the whole night. All right, let me see what y'all were saying in the chat. Pam, my biggest fan. Appreciate you. Yo, Keith, what up? Tuning in from the 305. Say that. My sister's down in Miami right now. Mr. Name Night Yank. What up, man? What up, man? Yankees baseball soon. Once we actually get to the season, we won't have to talk about all this make-believe stuff. We'll actually talk about some real games. Who do you think would be a good QB for the Jets, Keith? Justin Fields. Tyrod Taylor. Maybe take a swing at a Jalen Milroe or take a swing at a Jackson Dart in later rounds. The fact that Shane said today that he hasn't watched much of Cam Ward is wild. Yeah, it is wild, bro. It is. It is wild. It is wild. You know? But that's why I opened up with what I was saying about, like, yo, all this stuff is a smokescreen. All this stuff is make believe. You heard? Like, they will say anything at this point because they don't want to give off a scent. They don't want anybody on their trail. They don't want anybody knowing what they're doing. Dalton, what up, yo? What up, yo? Looking forward to the content that comes out. We got some people watching on YouTube. I have some McPherson brand content, not sports related, more life related, journey related. Two things we shot with Dalton and Smart Scaling Systems. One is like the Ask Me Anything that I put out on Instagram and Twitter. I literally was just like, yo, ask me anything. So I answered a bunch of questions from fans, followers, listeners. That's coming up. And then I also have, like a time travel thing. I have some journal entries from 2017 that I went back in a notebook, found, opened up the notebook, read them, and just kind of shared where I was in life and kind of looked back and reflected on, that time that many years ago before I was really doing any of the stuff that I'm doing now. It's all in an attempt to inspire people. It's hopefully something that, someone sees and they're like, damn, I was doing this, or like, this younger version of Keith was doing this. And, this is how he figured out how to get on, how he figured out how to do his thing. Boone wife, Aaron Boone wife. Can't wait to hear it tonight, my brother. Hey, it's a 5-hour KM to AM. Bless it. We got all night. Let me see. I'm watching Duke right now. But yeah, that that Mavericks Lakers game, that's gonna be tough. Return of the Mac. K-Mac. Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM to AM, 5-hour sports talk show. Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to talk to me. We're going to start with the football, but we're definitely going to talk baseball. I was on late last night talking about everything from, the Yankees changes, still talking about the beard policy, which should have been like a one-day story, but I guess it's going to be a 1-month story. Removing New York by Frank Sinatra after losses. My guy Ray Negron will join us. I wish Frank Sinatra could join us. Ray actually met Frank Sinatra once upon a time, and he worked with George Steinbrenner. So he's going to join us in about 40 minutes to talk about some Yankee stuff and the changes and where we are from back in the days with the Yanks to modern day time. And, my message last night to the Mets fans was don't panic. Injuries happen in spring training. I think that your president of baseball operations has already showed you that he's not going to let the boat sink. He's not going to sit in the passenger seat and watch the car crash. He's got a hold of this thing. Maybe he does decide to talk to Steve Cohen and bring back 2 members of the band from last year, and Jose Iglesias and Jose Quintana with the Nick Madrigal injury and Sean Manaea injury, or maybe he stays put and he's got a plan for the depth that he's got. You get to see Jose Siri go deep. You see Brett Beatty swinging his bat. And I just think we're in the spring training, first couple weeks of games, and there's no reason to panic. It's such a long season. It's such a long road from now till October. It's going to be all right. But back to the phone, or let's get to the phone. First call, James in North Arlington on the Fan. What's up, James? My man, it's good. How are you? Yeah, thanks for the call, James. That's where I was at last week. I don't know, 2 weeks ago, if I go back to my notes, I'm like, we can talk about, Aaron Glenn wanting to be the loudest voice in the room and Aaron Rodgers being this Hall of Famer. We can talk about, the players on the team loving Aaron Rodgers and wanting, him to stay. And a lot of us, I think, leaned into, hey, this is a rookie head coach. If he wants to get off to a hot start, quarterbacks are hard to find. Stick with Aaron Rodgers. He didn't have the coaching at the end of that, but like when you watch the film, there were a lot of plays that he left out on the field that could have been made, throws that he should have made, interceptions that he threw, turnovers, quitting on the team, not even quitting on the team, but like, that Bills game, just kind of tapping out and then going into the media and being like, yeah, that was my idea. Like that doesn't look good. If you're trying to build a team and a culture around winning and finding winners, Aaron Rodgers, he's 41 going on 42. It's over. And it's no guarantee that his 42-year-old season, he's going to be healthy for all of it. His 40-year-old season, go back 2 years to the season where he was 39 turning 40, he played 4 plays. So it's a lot of money. Just take the cap hit now and you start your new regime with whoever it is. It might be Tyrod Taylor. Please don't call me tonight and suggest Jordan Travis. They're going to bring in another quarterback. Maybe it's Justin Fields reuniting with Garrett Wilson. These are good things. These are good things. The Aaron Rodgers era is over. Yeah, but not really. I think they can, and I think they can. But follow me. Jalen Hurts is the Super Bowl MVP, and the Eagles just won a Super Bowl with him. He's a guy that during this season, myself included, with a lot of other people, were doubting. His own teammates, like A.J. Brown, when they asked why the passing game is struggling, the quarterback. Like, this is a guy that we were looking at like, yo, they paid him all this money. He's a $50 million quarterback. And we were looking at him during this year like, what would he be without the tush push? We'll talk about that at some point tonight as well. They're not banning the tush push. It's just all these other teams figure out how to stop it, figure out how to do it. You can't do it and you can't stop it. They're not banning it. They may consider like, hey, you can't have Saquon pushing Jalen Hurts. But like still, Jalen Hurts squats 600 pounds. He's getting that yard. He's getting that 2 yards. But, follow me with that. When you have an offensive line like Jalen Hurts has, when you have A.J. Brown, when you have Devontae Smith, when you have Saquon Barkley around you, you just have to have the right demeanor, not turn the ball over too much. His 2 Super Bowl appearances, he did turn the ball over, but like make the plays when they're there for you to make and let the guys around you do the rest. When you have a defensive line, a secondary, all-pro linebacker like the Eagles had, like they have a hell of a roster and a team. You can win with the Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts doesn't have to throw for 300 yards every game and 3 touchdowns. He doesn't have to be the driving force. He put on a show in the Super Bowl back-to-back times that he was there. But like, I just think that Aaron Rodgers at 41 going on 42 with everything that he brings, and it's not just like his flick of the wrist arm talent and his Hall of Fame resume. There's a lot of negativity. It's the ayahuasca stuff is not great. The conspiracy theory stuff, whether it's the vaccine stuff or whatever it is, it's a distraction. It's not needed. Him, the running for vice president, anything that he has going on with him, right? The Netflix series Enigma, right? Little did we know 2 years ago when all of this was like, oh, he's gonna come back. He's gonna come back. And I remember getting on the fan saying, enough. Can we just empower Zach Wilson? Can we just believe in Zach Wilson or do our best instead of making it like, Zach, you're here until Aaron Rodgers miraculously recovers from an Achilles, which he never did. Like that was all to film a Netflix series. Let's get down to the business of football, building out a good roster, competing and winning. And I know it's hard for you to trust these guys, but what do you have to lose? Might be a rough first season. You've had plenty of them. No, that's another thing I saw. I saw Rami say that. Like, you Jets fans are scarred. Why do you think Woody is making the decision? What did he hire these guys for? They're not puppets. They're highly regarded by everybody. Yeah, but you don't think Woody is embarrassed after the articles that came out about him? You don't think he wants to take a step back? I think he cares. I think he cares what they said about his son. More. I just think the more that we get to know your new GM and your new head coach, the more you're going to see that these guys have experience, they have respect, and they're going to do this the right way. It might take a year, it might take 2 years, 3 years, but they're going to do it the right way. They're going to build it the right way, and you're going to get the results. 888-808-1019. More on Darren Muji as I talk about, the combine just being the football world getting back together, coaches, scouts, agents, players. Kevin O'Connell, this is coming from Zach Rosenblatt's Twitter. Kevin O'Connell was college teammates with Jets GM Darren Muji. He said this about him: I knew whatever path he took, he'd have success. And he's been around some great people in the NFL. He's very, very well thought of around the league. And I'm really excited to see what he's able to do there. So, like, not a bad word about these guys. And I know it's early. Of course, we haven't gotten to week 1, week 6, week 12 yet. But, like, I just think that if you're a Jets fan, how can you not buy in? How can you not be drinking the Kool-Aid right now? It seems like you have the right voices, the right GM, the right head coach. So it might not happen instantly, but ultimately they're going to do this and build this the right way. Yeah, but they can't. What if they have a phenomenal draft? I think they're showing it. You're not hearing anything. You're hearing all random nonsense. You're hearing Nevin Shapiro talk about them trading up for Cam Ward. You're hearing all these things. They came out and the first thing they said today is there was no ultimatum for Aaron Rodgers. The plan has begun. They took the biggest distraction out of the building. No, he wasn't. In your mind, he won 5 games. I watched Aaron Rodgers I watched Aaron Rodgers have the ball in the fourth quarter and not come through. I think 5 times this year. I watched Aaron Rodgers turn the ball over. I watched Aaron Rodgers chuck and duck. I watched Leonard Williams say, yeah, he's kind of old. He doesn't want to take any hits. He's just going to throw the ball in. Come on. What are we talking about? This has already begun. And Darren Muji said, ultimately, they just felt like the best thing to do was to go in a different direction. And, okay, here's where Woody might have come in. Woody and the 33rd team, how many coaches and GMs did they interview? 20? If they asked each one of them about, hey, what would you do with Aaron Rodgers? If it was 11-9 in favor of moving on from Aaron Rodgers, that would be the lean with these guys. Hey, I think you move on. I think you take the cap hit now. I think that this guy he's done. He's not worth it. He's a scam. He's a distraction. I think you'll be better off. He was a Band-Aid. The Jets are trying to actually heal. You got to trust it. John is up in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, John? Historically, yes. All time, yes. Well, taking the Band-Aid off, Aaron Rodgers was a Band-Aid because they drafted Zach Wilson. They needed a quarterback. They got an aging quarterback that the Packers did not want anymore. No, it's not. DJ Reed is gone. Maybe they draft Will Johnson. No, what are you talking about, John? They have to gut the team? No, they have a few talented players on this roster. No. They fired their coach in week 5, John. Nobody wins like that. They had no coaching. They have talented players. They had no direction. They had no game plan. And they had Aaron Rodgers going out there stat padding with Devontae Adams trying to get to 500 touchdowns. Do we watch different seasons? Peter is in Garden City on the fan. What's up, Peter? Should be some deja vu. Should be some deja vu when you start anew. Yeah, you should. There should be some excitement.
Fan, it's like, what is the same about this team that's always been in its ownership, right? So you can change all the other players, but what has remained the same through all these years of insignificance has been ownership. And I guess, it's obviously it's very easy for everyone to sit here and say, throw stones at the owner, but at the same time, it's the only constant that's remained over the past 15 years.
Yeah, and he's not selling the team, Peter. So what are you going to do? Not be a Jets fan? Be a Giants fan. I don't think that's a good alternative. He's not selling the team. You have to hope that he has changed. That's why I said, you don't think he's tired of reading these athletic articles about Madden ratings and his son's coming in to award game balls and him undermining guys? And I just said they fired Rob Saleh week 5. They didn't stand a chance. They put Jeff Ulbrich in an impossible position. The players on the team knew they were cooked, but they have good players on the roster. You can't tell me they got to gut the roster. That's ridiculous. Well, yes. It's on Woody, but you know what? It was the inevitable. Not for nothing. You were heading there anyway. He didn't have the 33rd team to tell him, hey, it's not a good idea to take your defensive coordinator, make him have this responsibility. Okay. But they can't earn it on February 25th.
I agree with that. I just disagree with the fact that they think there's a better option than Aaron Rodgers at quarterback.
There is.
And we can have that disagreement. I don't think there is, unless they're trading for Stafford.
They're not trading for Stafford. Get somebody who's 1 of 53. Get somebody who's young, athletic. Get somebody who's going to buy into what they're preaching, what they're selling. Aaron Rodgers is not buying in. Russell Wilson might. He's not young, but he might buy into what they're saying. He might actually, come in there. I think he wants to go back to Pittsburgh. I'm leaning Justin Fields. And I don't know why Tyrod Taylor is. I mean, I know Tyrod Taylor has injury history. He's also getting up there in age. I don't know why we're looking at Tyrod Taylor as like he can't move the football. He can't possibly win games with this roster, with this team.
Got it for 16 games in the season, right? So do we?
Yeah, neither had Sam Darnold. It takes time to learn how to play the quarterback position in the NFL. All these quarterbacks have to be in the perfect situation with the coach, with the offensive coordinator, with the team around them. About Sam Darnold, he's not coming back to the Jets. He's damn sure not going to the Giants. Why would the Giants pay him? And why would he want to come back to where he was seeing ghosts in MetLife Stadium? But I do think he's out of Minnesota. And I think the best spot for Matthew Stafford, if he actually gets traded, which I don't think he will be, is Minnesota. I talked about it last night. Indoor quarterback from Ford Field to SoFi Stadium to US Bank Stadium in Minnesota, which is a football palace. It's an amazing indoor football arena. And that team's ready to win. Matthew Stafford can pick up the blitz and read the defense better than Sam Darnold. He can anticipate the rush better than Sam Darnold. Put him with Kevin O'Connell. They're cooking right away with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. 888-808-1019. We'll keep taking your calls on the Jets, on the football stuff. Again, Ray Negron will join me to talk Yankee stuff a little bit after 8. And then also, I didn't tell you, Giants fans, we'll get to you more so around 9. Charlotte Carroll from The Athletic, who covers the G-Men, will join us a little bit after 9 o'clock. Keep McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. Yo, 444 watching. Yo, my bad. Sometimes I get going and I forget that you guys can't hear the calls. So, my bad. I think you missed the first call. I'm always going to be at Billy's, but we may do stands. We may do some other spots. As the season starts and as the hype gets going again, you follow me on Twitter, on Instagram. You'll see what I post. I'll let you know where I'm going to be at. Keith, what do you think on the Giants trading for Anthony Richardson and drafting Travis Hunter? I wouldn't be trading for Anthony Richardson. I would not give up a damn thing for him. You guys want to talk about a bust? He might be a bust. They're talking about he's going to have to compete with whatever quarterback comes in there. They reach for him in the draft. Yo. Nick, what up, man? Working, bro. Frosty, appreciate you. Probably the only one watching on Twitch right now. Appreciate you. Let me get some more nuggets for these heads on the Jets, bro. They're wilding. I can't imagine. I guess because I'm not a Jets fan, I can't imagine just being like, these guys suck. I don't believe. These guys suck. It's not gonna work. Oh, he got rid of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is old. Aaron Rodgers is not good anymore. You know what I'm saying? Aaron Rodgers is not good anymore. Yeah, he says he's looking for winners. Aaron Rodgers is not a winner anymore. And Zach Wilson won that game 2 years ago. That's what I'm going to hit him with when we come back. Should the Yankees pursue a Nolan Arenado trade? All right, I should watch this Rangers-Islanders game. All right, got that on. In the NBA tonight, the Celtics lead the Raptors 37-36. The Cavaliers lead the Magic 10-7. At 8 p.m., the Bucks will face the Rockets. The Suns will face the Grizzlies. The Spurs will face the Pelicans. And then later on in the last 2 hours of my show, The Dallas Mavericks will face the Los Angeles Luka Lakers with LeBron. Kyrie Irving versus Bron. We'll see what Luka does at 10 p.m. tonight. Looking forward to it. But right now, Rangers just scored. Got eyes on the Rangers-Islanders game. Let's see. I wish I could flip this camera like how you could flip on the iPhone. Bang! Who was that? Oh, I don't even know who that is. Definitely can't pronounce bro's name. Urho Vaakanainen. I got to ask Paul. Yo, how do you pronounce this dude's name who just scored for the Rangers? Vaakanainen? Urho Vaakanainen? Vaakanainen? Yeah, I don't know him. I've never seen him. Okay, makes sense. Urho Vaakanainen. I mean, gotta learn at some point. You know, I watched the Four Nations face off. Cool. Okay, quickly here. KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. Thank you for holding. Thank you for, just being involved in our spirited conversation around nothing. It's a combine coming up. Jets, Giants talk. We're going to talk Yankees in a little bit. I'm watching this Rangers-Islanders game. 2 goals in the last minute. 1-1. And we got a game here at UBS, folks. Later on, Luka Magic as the Mavs take on the Lakers. And yeah, before we get back to these Jets calls, I had some in my notes because, again, I follow all our WFAN guys, and there's a lot of Jets fans in here. And, I saw Rami crying about, the Jets and moving on from Aaron Rodgers. I saw Connor's tweet because Aaron Rodgers said he's looking for winners, right? They asked him, what are you looking for in the quarterback position? He said, winners. And, Connor said, Aaron Rodgers has a better winning percentage than the entire Jets franchise across any era. Again, the past is the past. That's a long time ago that we're compiling those wins. And, Rami was going back and forth with me a little bit as well. And I love both of those guys. They're good Jets fans. They're good producers, hard workers here. They're part of the fabric and glue of WFAN, long-suffering Jets fans. But I started getting into it with Rami, and it prompted me to go look up some numbers, right? Because as we are talking about Aaron Rodgers and how much of a winner he is, they're discounting this year completely. And then I had to go back to 2022. Remember, Giants fans? Remember beating Aaron Rodgers that year? Yeah. Aaron Rodgers wasn't good that year, and the Packers were so done with him and ready to move on. In 2022, they lost 5 games in a row, starting with that Giants game. Jets fans remember it as well. Back-to-back losses to the Giants, the Jets, the Commanders, the Buffalo Bills, the Detroit Lions in 2022. You lose 5 games in a row in an NFL season, you're probably done. You're probably done. And then what did he do this year? After the Jets got us feeling some type of things, right? They beat the Titans. They come home Thursday night. They beat the Patriots. Rodgers shoves Rob Saleh. They go on to lose 5 in a row, starting with that 10-9 loss where Woody wanted him benched against Denver. They lose to Minnesota, lose to Buffalo, lose to Pittsburgh, lose to New England. Ew. So what are we talking about? Aaron Rodgers has not been a winner. Jack is in Westchester on the Fan in New York.
but I just want to vent a little bit about the Jets. I'm long suffering, as many of us are. Nobody's rewinding the tape back to 2022. And when I say that, that team, everybody thought had so much talent, and if only we had a quarterback, right? And then you go back to the first year when Rodgers blew out his Achilles after 4 plays. Who comes in and wins the game? Zach Wilson.
Yep.
So the team really had a lot of spirit. I'm not here to talk about Zach Wilson's talent, but that team had something. And if you go back, and I watched and listened to every game that year, there was something about that team where everybody was just praying, if only he didn't blow out his Achilles. This team is so stacked, they could really win. So everybody's hoping that he comes back, he rehabs, right? And then what happened this year, I cannot put my finger on, but you have the same guys. You've got the owner, saying this is the most talented team we've ever had. So he goes and makes a coaching change, which I don't necessarily agree with, but all you heard on talk radio was Robert Saleh was a bum. If you had anybody, a real coach coaching this team, we could go somewhere. So the frustration that I have is everybody saying, blow up the team, blow up the team. You have a lot of talent, as you said, on that team. If you just go back to the way everybody felt about the team when Rodgers blew out his Achilles, ready for a Super Bowl, that's what everybody was saying. And then I'm not saying, Rodgers still has that magic or he doesn't. I'm not going to argue that point with you, but everybody was on the bandwagon with that team when they decided to bring him in. It felt like that team had so much talent. If only we had a general as a quarterback, we could win. And now it's like everybody's saying, just blow this up. So listen, I don't know if he would have been the answer this year. My other frustrating part is when you have a guy like, Bill Belichick picking up the phone, he probably would have taken the job. And it was perfect setup for him because you got all this talent on the team, plus you got a pro quarterback that he could handle. So I think if they would have taken that call and brought him in at least for 1 or 2 years, you take your shot because that's the perfect team for this guy. A guy like Belichick, you've got a veteran quarterback and all that talent around him. I think something could have happened. Now I really don't know. Unless we get a decent quarterback at the helm, you don't have Rodgers now. I still think that talent is there, and I think we could go somewhere. But I don't know if you have any ideas of who they could bring in, but that's my frustration because I think all that core talent is there. I don't know what happened this year, but it wasn't brought out. They seemed like their heads weren't in the game. I just don't understand it myself.
Great call, Jack. A couple things before we break here. I mean, they interviewed Mike Locksley, the head coach of the University of Maryland. Bill Belichick will face him this year as the head coach of North Carolina. I don't understand why, if you're interviewing 20 different guys, you don't at least pick his brain. But I know it's Woody Johnson. It's ego. Nope, not interested. I would at least like let him along to think, hey, we're interested. And yeah, this roster was a top 10 roster. Everyone had it. I did a stream on Bleacher Report, top 10 roster. No one disagreed. ESPN had it. Pro Football Focus. Everybody had the Jets roster coming into this year as a top 10 roster in football. So don't tell me blow it up now that Aaron Rodgers is done. Don't tell me that Garrett Wilson, I thought won it out. He's staying, right? Sauce Gardner, I think him working with Aaron Glenn, you can get the best out of him. Will McDonald showed himself this year. Let's hope Jermaine Johnson comes back. Quincy Williams, we can keep going on. They have the opportunity to add in free agency and add in the draft. Their offensive line, they actually made the smart move, getting Olu Fashanu. They have 3 running backs, Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis. They might add another one. There are players on this team. And I think these guys just need a new leader at quarterback, and it doesn't need to be someone as loud and as popular as Aaron Rodgers. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. BRB. All right, let's see here. All right, y'all. Back to the chat, back to the chat, back to the chat. Where you from, where you at. Let's see. Yo, Keith, I just did a pod with JJ. Nice, bro. You're making moves, bro. You're making moves, bro. JJ is a good guy, obviously an alumni of WFAN. A great guy in the media with what he does at SNY, as well as what he's done with his New York podcast on the Ringer. I got to hit up JJ because I know JJ was excited that the Yankees took the Frank Sinatra song and played That's Life after the loss. So, yeah, shout out to JJ. You got Keith McPherson, you got C-Mac, you got JJ. You're making big moves, bro. I'm like, my glasses are crooked, but that's because this is flipped. There we go. Please know Yankees need someone bigger. Please know the Yankees need someone bigger. I don't know what you're talking about. If the Yankees trade for someone, please be Luis Arias or Alec Boehm. Okay, you're talking about Nolan Arenado. Imagine Arias, Belly, and Judge. Be Knox. If not, try to make a call on Eugenio Suarez. Maybe. Keith, do you think that LeBron will retire from basketball? No. Do you think that LeBron will retire from basketball one day? Yes, but like sooner than later. Later. I don't think he's done yet. I can't wait to see what they look like tonight. There's going to be action. I wouldn't retire yet with Luka and with my son on the team. Why would he retire? I wouldn't retire. LeBron could likely play for 2 more years if Luka ran the offense, allowing LeBron. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I would not be hanging it up yet. I'm trying to compete and win. At least try and get to another finals. You feel me? Like, I'm trying to compete. I think they're trying to get to a finals this year. I'd be trying to get to another finals. Why hang it up? Why hang it up? People asking me if LeBron is going to retire. No. He doesn't look like a guy that is like breaking down another goal. He doesn't look like a guy that needs to retire. So I told Ray you call him at 8:05. I'm going to try and take 2 quick calls here before we get to him if possible. Whatever the timing is. You have his number. I told him a little bit after 8, so. Okay. Imagine if the Lakers get an actual big man. They tried to get Mark Williams. Packers are a bunch of crybabies for trying to ban the tush push. I get it. People are backing them.
I'm not ready.
What's up, man? Do you think about I like it.
Good evening at 8:01. Good evening at 8:01. This is Rich Ackerman. The Yankees are dealing with another injury with Scott Effross walking off the mound, holding his hamstring after just one pitch today. He missed 2022. after Tommy John surgery and had a back injury last year. As for the action today, Yanks fell to the Twins 5-4. Mets also lost, beaten by the Astros 8-5, despite Brett Beatty's first home run of the spring. The Sun has set on one of the most decorated careers in women's basketball, as 42-year-old Diana Taurasi is retiring. After winning 3 titles at UConn, she joined the Phoenix Mercury, who she led to 3 championships as well. The 11-time WNBA All-Star also counts 6 Olympic gold medals on her Hall of Fame resume. She's also the WNBA's all-time leading scorer. A good one at UBS Arena right now. The Rangers in front of the Islanders 2-1. Johnny Brzezinski just snapping the tie with a goal a couple of moments ago after Urho Vakanainen opened the scoring for the Rangers, and Alexander Romanov had tied it at 1. But then Brzezinski snapping that tie just a couple of moments ago. It's 2-1 in the first. Rangers in front. I'm Rich Ackerman. All right, I'll see you mañana.
All righty.
Or Thursday. Hey. Thanks, Steve.
Right back at it on the Fan in New York. Joining us right now, my good friend Ray Negron. You may know him as the young man that got caught spraying graffiti outside Yankee Stadium by George Steinbrenner, and George turned him into a bat boy. He's a Yankee executive, a best-selling author, executive producer. He's got another film coming out, and him and I run into each other a lot, it seems. I've been trying to get him on, and with the Yankees taking the Frank Sinatra New York, New York song and making it only a win song and removing the beard policy, I said, this is the right time. Ray, how you doing, man?
In the time that you are progressive within the whole Yankee family scenario.
Yeah, it's funny when we first kind of connected, I always feel like I run into you in the suite level, but I remember like one, you have a smile and an energy about you, but I remember how excited you were because you said something along the lines like, we got a guy now, we got a Yankee fan now on the Fan, we got one of those guys, and I just was like, yeah, from the bleachers to WFAN, I'm in there.
Well, we're all proud of you. You know that you're a guy of you're a people guy. You may be a guy of color, but you know what? You transcend to everybody, and everybody's digging Keith. And I just love what's happening because I've been around the whole Yankees scenario for 52 years, and I haven't seen a guy like you since a legendary figure by the name of Art Rush Jr.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, and I've done some research. I got to find more of his actual audio. But yeah, it's high praise. I look at myself as somebody that's just been able to transcend from, the streets of the Bronx, being out there with the fans, to getting all the way into the booth, sitting in for Susan Waldman. I'm blessed, and just being a Yankee fan has brought me through all of these different, ways in the Yankee universe. That's even what connected us. So let's start here, Ray. You
left Susan Waldman at the wake, the funeral of Lou Kakusa Sr., who was a legendary clubhouse manager, and we just lost him this weekend. He was a wonderful, wonderful man, and I'm proud of the whole Yankee family who came out there, Randy Levine and Lon Trost, and just a lot of them are great people. And Dylan Betances was there too, so to pay respect. So thank you for that, Keith.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. R.I.P. And, the Yankee family is so strong. And, you guys go back years. I know there's just, so many people I've met that have been doing this a lot longer than me. And your story goes back to the 70s and the Bronx Zoo Yankees. And, when we were recently chatting, you can speak to being around George Steinbrenner, knowing George Steinbrenner and knowing who he was and what he would somewhat think. And a lot of people love to bring his name up and say what he would think. But, what are your thoughts on Hal Steinbrenner coming to terms with this facial hair policy and saying, hey, 2025, 49 years, we're going to stop this right here. We're going to get in front of this potentially being a problem for any other players or free agents or players that we might want to acquire. What do you think George would think about that?
See, the thing about George that people don't understand or don't know or don't realize is the fact that with time, he progressed in different ways, okay? And so he was always willing to deal with change if it was the right time. And I'll give you a perfect example of that. When Doc Gooden and Darryl Strawberry were dealing with their drug issues, and baseball wasn't ready to deal with those subject matters. But George Steinbrenner said, I don't care what everybody thinks. I'm going to give these two guys a second chance, and they're going to be Yankees. And it worked, okay? And there were other scenarios, like, for instance, I'll give you another example. People didn't want psychologists in baseball, but George Steinbrenner decided, hey, you know what? It's time. Let's hire this young man named Chad Bowling. And Chad was the first psychologist that the Yankees brought into work, because he's been there like almost 20, 25 years now. And again, George Steinbrenner going. So now, with the aspect of the money and the way monies have gone and things to that effect, and how around all of baseball, all of sports, and the beard thing and all that, George would have said, you know what, now is the time. Now we can do this, but it better be neat. And I'm proud of Hal Steinbrenner. Hey, listen, I used to be his babysitter. I know how he can be. And I know this was tough for him, and, you know, he did what he thought was right. And Keith, you know, listen, don't take any credit away from you, because you were leading the pack in this situation, and I think that Mr. Williams, our new closer, owes you a little thank you.
I don't know. You know, I can't take all the credit, but I can take a little bit of credit. I did what I could, my little part. And I talked about meeting Devin at the American Dream, the Pinstripe Pride event, and how I kind of felt bad for the guy. And, you know, after talking to him, he's very soft-spoken, mild-mannered. He's not very abrasive. So I think that's what won over Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner. I don't think he came in there. One, he complied. He did shave his beard. But when asked about it, he voiced his frustration. He said it wasn't his preference. And he also said that, hey, this is something that would impact my free agency. And I think his manner, his delivery is what made them consider it too. I think if he was rough and tough and abrasive and pushed back in a mean, nasty, negative way, then they would have been like, no, get out of here. You just got here. You need to, you know, learn some respect for the tradition and the Yankee way. But no, it was time. And, you know, I used my Twitter platform. The tweet that I put out had over 1 million views. I use this WFAN platform to talk to fans, and people disagreed about it. But I was saying, hey, these young kids, the example I use, like Ryan Williams from Alabama paints his nails. Jared McCain from the Sixers paints his nails. Like, you know, no one's saying anything about these guys wearing nail polish. There's going to come a time where there's a Yankee that part of his look and his aura and the way that he feels good out there is going to be having a beard and maybe one day some hair below the collar. Who knows? But I'm just glad that the Yankees weren't afraid to evolve and change.
And well, Keith, I want you to understand, I want the Yankee fans out there who want to understand that I'm as old school as anybody, and you know that, Keith. I love the whole aura, the whole pride of the Yankees, Lou Gehrig, Ruth DiMaggio, Mantle. I mean, that's me, you know, and you asked me what I thought George, and I'm telling you, I knew George is maybe better than most people. And I can tell you that, you know, it's a business. It's a business. And if the timing was right, he would have said, you know what, let him grow the beard. And I'm giving you an honest overview of what I think George Steinbrenner would have done.
I think it's going to be good for business. I think some of these players are going to feel a little better about themselves. And we need those last 3 outs of the game to be locked down from Devin Williams. We're on the phone right now with Ray Negron. If you don't know Ray, he's a Yankee executive, author, executive producer. In a little bit, we'll get to his documentary, his film coming out. But, you know, I got to ask you about Frank Sinatra, right? My whole win slogan for these last few years was play Frank, Yankees win. And, you know, I don't know. I just kind of had an issue with the whole, like, playing Frank when we lose. And I think it was a modern day thing because I'm at that stadium 40 times a year. And over the last decade, I've been there hundreds of times. And I've seen opposing fan bases and tourists come in there and mock the Yankees, mock Yankee fans, make videos. They don't even know the words to the song, but they're trolling us. And that's what really got me. I'm like, okay, can we just not play that song? Can we? And I made T-shirts. I made a whole campaign over the years. I can go back 5 years, 6 years in tweets about, hey, can we just make Frank Sinatra our win song? Shout out to our digital team at WFAN who just clipped me last night talking about how when I go to Chicago, the north side of Chicago, I went there for the series in 2017. They play Go Cubs Go when they win. The Yankees swept them. They didn't play it all weekend. So, like, can we have our win song? And finally, Sunday I'm sitting on the couch. The Yankees lose 4-0, and I get a couple tweets and a couple texts, and they're like, "Hey, they didn't play New York, New York down in Tampa. They played Frank Sinatra. That's life. This is a change." So, your thoughts? I know you said you knew Frank Sinatra once upon a time, and me being a Jersey boy, dreaming of being in New York and working with the Yankees and whatnot. I love Frank Sinatra. I live right in Hoboken now.
My two old, and anybody that knows me, if anybody that really knows me, they know this, including the people over at Patsy's on 56 and Broadway, Patsy's Italian restaurant, okay, where Mr. Sinatra used to, that was his place. That's where he hung out. And anybody that really knows me, they know my two favorite Jersey boys are Frankie Valli and Frank Sinatra, okay? Those are my guys. And I proudly say that Frankie Valli has been a longtime friend. And Mr. Sinatra, I had dinner with.
I'm gonna break with him soon. You can go.
With Billy Martin. And when they played That's Life, I smiled. Okay? I had a big smile in my face because you know what? Mr. Sinatra was not a loser by no means, by no way, shape, or form. And I can honestly say that he would have loved them playing That's Life, okay? Because if you really listen to the words of that song, it says it right there. And I'll never forget that at one point when I was doing some work with the Cleveland Indians, we had Manny Ramirez there. And Manny had been in one of his very rare slumps, and he had gotten a pulled hamstring. I was taking him to the hospital, and he was screaming, "Why me? Why me? Why me?" And I put on, in those days, you could put in a CD into the car, which you can't do. Okay, and I put in Mr. Sinatra's That's Life, and I made him listen to that song 4 times until he finally got it. Okay, and so it was very appropriate, and I hope that is the song they use when we lose.
Yes, I saw that there might be a rotation of those songs, but the first lyrics of That's Life, that's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, you're shot down in May. But I know I'm going to change that tune when I'm back on top in June. Like, that's perfect for a baseball season.
Unbelievable.
So the next thing for you, talking about the Yankees in this season, right? Coming off the World Series, and there's a lot of people, myself included, that were like, hey, this change to that song, right? They hit the bam, 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 and you've got Walker Buehler on the mound with his arms out. You got the Dodgers throwing their hats, running on the field. And like, I specifically have friends that are Dodgers fans that came from LA to the stadium that I linked up with Game 5, and they all have videos and went live on Instagram celebrating behind the visiting dugout with Frank Sinatra playing. I'm like, that's forever. We can't do that. That's done. But, how do the Yankees come back from this? There's so much talk about, oh, the Yankees are damaged beyond repair. How did the Yankees, come back? Like, what are the Yankees going to do? I think that the Yankees are going to be motivated. You talked about, a slump with Manny Ramirez. Well, I think beards can help guys if they want to grow out a little bit of stubble, break out of a slump. I think this is going to be exciting for the Yankees to come back from this. And I look at the American League as, why can't they win the American League back-to-back years? And whoever comes out of the National League, run it, bring it.
Well, listen, I happen to think that Brian Cashman did a hell of a job this winter. Okay, I'm not at all. I honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, Keith. I was hoping that we would not be able to sign Soto because I knew that we could make some changes.
Because Ray, he wanted suite number 22. I don't know if we could give him specifically suite number 22. No, he wanted the suite right next to Hal's suite.
And listen, I hope the Mets, I wish the Mets good luck, and I'm sure he'll do a fine job over there. But the guys that we have over here, I'm excited for this team. I'm excited, and remember, the Dodgers are the team to beat in a World Series, okay? But I honestly believe that in a short series, anything can happen. This team is good enough to beat the Dodgers in a short series.
Yeah, did you see what Nestor Cortez said today? And I mean, I know he's in Milwaukee now. I know that I'm on the Fan every night, and we talk about it all the time about how close the series was and decision making. But Nestor doubled down on it. Nestor came out in an interview today. He said we were the better team. I see it that way, and I'm sure everybody in that clubhouse sees it that way. Like, it is something that those guys will remember forever because the margin of error was so small. And just a couple little different things could have swung that series.
Well, listen, we were in the World Series. I mean, the last two teams standing, we were in the World Series, and we know what we need to do. I'm sorry Nestor's not with us anymore, and I'm sure he'll do a fine job in Milwaukee. But we did what we had to do to make our team stronger. And I'm excited for the 2025 season, and I can't wait to see you in the bleachers with the bleacher creatures going crazy because this team is going to do some magic this year. This is going to be our year. I'm telling you, this is our year.
Yeah, I think the fans are going to be energized. I think it's going to be another movie. I can't wait for it to start. Speaking of movies, tell everybody what you're working on, what you got coming up, what we can look forward to seeing from you.
Well, I'm excited about. We're doing a documentary based on my life with the boss and the Yankees, and my 50 years there, and Chaz Palminteri, who who doesn't know Chaz Palminteri in a Bronx Tale, and he's someone that was introduced to me years ago by George Steinbrenner because he felt that our lives mirrored each other. And Chaz has been wanting to do this for a long time, and I finally told him, hey, go with it. And him, with the help of Richard Gere and some other people, are been working very hard to bring this to life. We're almost done. I think sometime over the summer, the film will be out. It's a documentary, like I said, on my life, my relationships with Thurman Munson, which was a very powerful one. And how he mentored me, and how Reggie mentored me, and how Bobby Mercer.
Uh-oh. I think we lost him. No, he's still there. Okay. Thought we lost you. Ray, you're the man. Appreciate you. I see you opening day, and every other Yankee event or game, we run into each other. I'll text you. I appreciate you coming on tonight.
For me, you're number one.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. 888-808-1019. Let's take a break. I see the Jets fans still holding about the Jets, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Glenn, Mooj, and now we'll get some Yankee calls in there. And then reminder, once we get into the 9 o'clock hour, we'll really start to talk Giants with Charlotte Carroll from The Athletic, who covers the G-Men. KM to AM returns right after this. Keith, which young MLB team are you looking at for the upcoming season? My choice is the Nationals. We were just talking about the Brewers with Nestor Cortez. I'm going to be watching for Caleb Durbin, Jackson Chourio. They've got some guys over there that I think could really make it interesting. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know about young team. What do you think about the report of the Yankees trading Marcus Stroman for Brett Beatty? I doubt it. Highly doubt it. Keith, do you think Jalen Brunson is a good captain for the Knicks? Yeah. Keith, we here. Appreciate it. 558 people watching. That's more than zero. There are thousands of people listening on the airwaves and on the free Odyssey app, and I thank y'all all for that. Let me see. Let's see. H&L on the check-in. Haters never like Keith, but they big mad. I just had Ray on, and Ray is in the front office with all the executives. Ray is a Yankee lifer, and Ray just put me over to be like, yo, you were leading the charge. You're the guy, bro. So, you know, there's some people like, oh, stop taking victory laps. Oh, stop taking credit. I'm like, bro, I'm going to take my little credit because the Yankee universe is giving me mad credit. The Yankee universe is saying, yo, you're the guy. You did it. Yo, you led the charge. Yo, you were screaming about this. You made T-shirts about this. Yo, Keith was talking about this on his show. You know what I said? Is it influence or coincidence? No such thing as coincidence. Universe never unconnects. Like somebody had said something on one of the posts today, or like, oh, Keith makes Mike Francesa look humble. Like, you can't humble me, bro. When you're right, why you got to be humble? Give me my props. Am I not putting in the work? Am I not good? Like, what did Jadakiss say? Jadakiss said, and I'm not cocky, I'm confident. So when you tell me I'm the best, that's a compliment. It's not cocky if you could back it up. There's nothing to be humble about when your takes are right. There's nothing to be humble about when what you put out into the world comes to fruition. You're supposed to bask in that, for real. Feel me? 888-808-1019. I'm gonna put that up as we proceed to give you what you need. You know, like, people also don't realize how hard all of this stuff is. To read all these articles, to know all of these players, all these teams, all this history, to be able to articulate it live on air, to have takes, to have thoughts, and put them together and deliver them in an entertaining format. Take calls. I always have a full rack of calls, bro. I always have, you can fit 5 calls on here. I always have 5 calls on here. So I'm blessed. Like, you can't do anything in life without confidence. We're talking about quarterbacks tonight. I played a little bit of quarterback in my life. And if you go into a game at quarterback thinking that you're not the baddest on the field, not thinking that you're prepared and good, you can get your head rocked. You're going to lose. Is there a video out there saying being humble is a form of arrogance? If I find it, I'll send it to you. Kind of had me like, wow. Not mine. Not mine. All right, let's get back into it quickly here. Yeah, you know what I always say? By the time this song comes on in Yankee Stadium, you should be seated. You should be in your seat. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Shout out to Ray Negron for joining us. We'll get to the Yankee calls in a second, but some Jets fans are still holding. Jonah is in Manhattan on the Fan. Go for it, Jonah. I'm good. Thanks for calling.
Oh, they went out and trade him. All they do is they just get all his buddies and stuff. And what does he deliver for me? So the Jets been 2 years of misery.
That, you know what? That was so well said. We had to watch Devontae Adams, Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb, Tim Boyle. You know, we had a lot of characters here that were Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, it's just awful. Me, personally, I feel if they don't trade up, they should like wait. I saw Justin Fields has interest and they have mutual interest. So maybe, they can re-up Garrett Wilson with his old QB from Ohio State.
I like the sound of it. Two Buckeyes that had success. I think that Justin Fields probably wants to get the opportunity to compete somewhere else because he did get the starting job in Pittsburgh, then got benched. And I think he can beat out Tyrod Taylor. I think the book is not closed on a 26-year-old athletic kid like that. And I also think it's a mulligan for the Jets. They probably should have drafted him number 2 overall instead of Zach Wilson.
Yeah, it's not, the competition isn't that big for the Jets. Like, you get a nice young guy, maybe develop him, and, it'd be great, hopefully.
Yeah, why not? Why not bring in Justin Fields, have him compete with Tyrod? Tyrod's obviously the elder statesman. And then maybe you do draft a Jalen Milroe, or maybe you do draft some kind of quarterback in the later rounds. And then you have a quarterback room of Justin Fields, Tyrod Taylor, whatever young drafted quarterback. And if Jordan Travis is healthy and can compete, I think that's good. That's a good 4 to have for camp. You need 4 in camp. You need practice arms. You need to get reps.
Yeah. I've also been saying, though, if they don't go, I've been telling people also they should, straight up number 1 pick maybe for Cam Ward. I think he's a great guy to bring in.
It's a rumor, and with their roster that I think they have enough talent, that is a huge swing. That is something that if they could actually do it, if Muji and Glenn watch Cam Ward's film and the Titans don't love him and the Jets do, then go for it. Go get your guy. And I think Cam Ward would really love it. I think he'd clear-cut be the guy, and he'd come out right away slinging for the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the Jets don't have the roster just it was the Aaron Rodgers show. He had, the most power in the whole organization. Now, developing Cam Ward's got talent around him, and hopefully be good.
Jonah, you're a smart guy. Once they fired the head coach, Aaron Rodgers was the head coach. Aaron Rodgers was also GM for these last couple years. It was the Aaron Rodgers show. It is not now. It's the Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji show. Yeah. Thanks for the call, kid. Jonah and the Jets. He was. Some of these young Jets fans have more optimism. Some of these young Jets fans are not as scarred as you older Jets fans.
Hey, Jordan could have been more than 12 or 13 years old. And he said a line, all I have as a Jets fan is a lifetime of misery.
Yeah, but it's not that long. It's like a decade. It's this whole playoff drought.
Put this kid through, which is what.
But he knows, what do we have to lose? It can't get much worse than it's been. Let's see what these guys do. Aaron Rodgers was a fail. These guys aren't kissing the ground that he walks on. I got to roll with him.
I agree that Aaron Rodgers was a failure. It did not work out anywhere close to what I expected it to be. That is fine. They just better have a plan. That's all.
Of course they have a plan.
If the plan is Justin Fields, I would rather have Aaron Rodgers because I think Aaron Rodgers would have given this specific team a better chance to win. That is my argument.
No, I just think that if it's Justin Fields, he's going to run. They can work on him passing the ball. He's not going to be the distraction that Aaron Rodgers was. He's got rapport with Garrett Wilson. There was obviously some friction there. I think you got to get 1 of 53. I think you got to get somebody to buy in as 1 of 53. Dominic in East Rochester, 1 of 53 callers tonight.
He's McPherson, all right.
I'm good. What's up, man?
Yeah, I know that your producer will probably get mad at me, but I called about the Yankees, of course, but
no, this is the Yankees station. This is WFAM, the home of Yankees baseball, Yankees Baseball Network.
well, first of all, Rodgers, it didn't work. Okay, period. It didn't work, and the Jets may have a plan. That's the good news. The bad news is that they've probably been holding planning sessions with the Browns. You know,
No, I hope not. Yeah, the Browns is a big draft for them as well. They also need a quarterback.
wait till you see how they screw up this Myles Garrett thing and this. What do we got? The second or third pick? Second, I think.
Number 2 overall, Myles Garrett wants out. And guys on the team like David Njoku and Denzel Ward are saying we're only a quarterback away. So you got to get someone. And news came out today that there won't be a reunion as of right now. There won't be a reunion of Kevin Stefanski and Kirk Cousins. The Falcons said they're fine paying Kirk Cousins what they're paying him, and they want to keep him as the backup to Michael Penix Jr. So I don't know who's quarterback in the Browns.
That's okay. I'm just holding my breath that they don't take Sanders. Please.
I don't think the Sanders want to go to Ohio, so I don't think they're going to do that either.
What's the matter with Ohio? Anyway,
They're too flashy.
I envy your guest, especially the part where he had a relationship with my main man, Thurman Munson.
Mm-hmm.
I've had 4 or 5 favorite. Well, Nicky was, of course, my most favorite. But boy, Thurman was right there. I love that guy. I envy your guest. Now, that being said, I couldn't disagree with him more. I'm not going to use the grave situation, but the boss would not be happy about this latest development at all. Zero. Listen, I knew it was coming, Keith. You know it's coming. You know sooner or later it's going to happen. But in my opinion, Hale disrespected his father by making this decision. This could have waited until Hale turns the team over to somebody, which will probably be sooner than later, and then let them make the decision. But for Hale to make this decision, to me, was just plain disrespectful to his father. Your guest said that the father would have, adjusted. He never would have adjusted to this.
Yeah, he would have had to adjust to the luxury tax. He would have had to adjust to other owners in baseball outspending the Yankees. He would have had to adjust to a 15-year World Series drought. He would have had to adjust to players with tattoos on their necks, their heads, gold chains, seafoam green accents, bat flipping. They built the judges' chambers in section 103, 104. Would he have allowed that? There's a lot of things that have just gone on in the last few years. Star Insurance patch on the pinstripes, a nice star, 2 R's in Star Insurance patch. Like, there's a lot of things. And I think the number one thing George would have had to adjust to, a manager that hadn't won and a GM that's gone this long without winning, a captain that didn't show up in October. There's a lot of things. Thanks for the call, Dom. There's a lot of things that George would have been rolling. He was rolling long before this. 888-808-1019. I don't think that Hal disrespected his father. He talked about his father wanting to win and that his father sparing no cost to get the best players. Devin Williams is ranked as the number 1 closer in baseball. If Devin Williams is saying, I don't like this, I don't feel good about this, and I'll potentially leave, because in 2025 and beyond, with the digital age, I'm telling you guys, and I know I'm a younger guy. I was born into this digital age. I don't make it on WFAN if I didn't have the digital imprint that I have. But I'm telling you, in this digital age, the money is the same. You can be big in other cities with a big following and a big brand. And if the money is the same that the Yankees are offering, and let's say the Padres are offering Devin Williams, and he can go there and keep his beard, he's going there and keeping his beard.
People are obsessed with tradition. And I said it yesterday on Carton on Evan and D.
Carton and Roberts. I heard you. I listened to the show. But you can't be peer pressured by someone that's deceased. You don't know what peer pressure means, Paul. Peer pressure is actively happening by your peers.
Under the universe, because they think the universe will come crashing down if the Yankees put names.
I think peer pressure is feeling a debt that you have to like pay to the past. I think peer pressure, you can't say peer pressure because our peers are pressuring us actively into something, people around us. People in the past that have passed on. I think tradition is the feeling of paying a debt, you know, a service to what came before us and feeling like you have to honor them. So much has changed in this world, man. So much has changed in this society. Evolve or dissolve, you're going to be left behind. And that is why I am so fired up about the Yankees over the weekend deciding we're the New York Yankees, right? You know, we can do what we want, and we're deciding to be in the now. The facial hair policy can go, and we don't have to be stuck on the tourism aspect of Yankee Stadium playing New York for everybody, win or loss. If our fans want that, if our fans are saying stop, they're mocking us, they're trolling us, let that just be our win song. Done.
And it's clear to me that Hal was looking across the city and looking at what Steve Cohen and what the Mets.
I'm about to dump this. Oops. Whoops. Dumped. George Steinbrenner wanted to be nothing like the Mets. Okay, and listen, and his son Hal also does not look at the Mets like that at all. They're not looking across town at the Mets. There's nothing that the Mets do that the Yankees want to do. What do they win? What did they win? But the Yankees won the American League, did go to the World Series in the same year that you guys are proclaiming all of this. Like you had you know what you won? You know what last year got you? The most embarrassing run differential in an NLCS in our lifetime. Smoked. Got absolutely smoked. I'm telling you, you just heard a Yankee executive on. There is nothing that Yankees front office looks at the Mets and says, well, we got to change our ways because of that. None. Juan Soto couldn't grow a beard. That was one of the dumbest takes I've heard. Okay.
How honest baseball fans should actually be concerned that the Yankees actually woke up, because I think this is actually going to
because the Yankees got swept in the Subway Series. Now they're looking at the little brother Mets like, oh, we got to change our ways. You know how people change? It isn't other people. They look in the mirror. That's why people change. That's why the Yankees looked inward. And you know what Hal said? This has been going on for years. These conversations have been going on for years. He said he checked with past players. Then you see Derek Jeter posting himself with an AI image. New rules. CC Sabathia, who was there on the first game. New rules. He talked to players in the past. He didn't call up the Mets. Maybe the Mets should start shaving. Maybe they should flip this. Maybe the Mets, everybody shaved today, right? Didn't last year Sean Manaea have to cut his long hair because Mendoza was like, hey, it might help you. Had the best year of his career. Maybe the Mets should have a facial hair policy. Maybe they'll actually win a World Series. I don't know. It's been 40 years. Judge isn't growing a beard. Judge is the main one talking about, well, if that one little rule stops you from wanting to be here, you shouldn't be here. So the joke of Judge having a beard would have caught the ball. Judge isn't growing his beard. Luis Hill is working on one. I think Austin Wells will grow one. Carlos Rodon. No, you have a Mets fan perspective. So little brother, whose entire identity is to try to be the Yankees, has to look at the Yankees, who are forever in better standing than you, and say that the Yankees are making these moves because of us. We don't see you. We don't see you down there. They haven't won anything. It's not 10 years. How old are you, Paul? You grew up watching the Yankees win World Series, and so did I. So we can't say they haven't won anything. We were in college the last time they won the World Series. We were legal drinking age. We can't say this.
nothing because they haven't won anything.
No, it does mean something. And they were in the World Series last year, and they have a chance to get back to the World Series this year. Clay Holmes is not going to win game 2 for you guys in the NLCS. We'll get to the Mets of it all later. We'll get to the Mets of it all. I'm glad Jose Siri is hitting home runs and Brett Beatty is looking the part and Juan Soto homered in his first at bat. That is all fine and dandy, but I guarantee you the Mets do not come up in any of these internal conversations with the Yankees as far as what they decide to do. 888-808-1019. Stu is in Point Pleasant on the Fan in New York.
Hey, Keith, how are you, man?
Good. What's up, Stu?
Hey, man, listen, man, Ray, first of all, the Yankee organization, bro, you came such a long way. I was the second caller after your sister when you first came on, man.
Right. Jersey Shore.
Everybody loved you, man. So, I just wanted to say, it's an exciting year coming up, man. It's going to be a fun one. Listen, that game they lost, the first game, if they would have won that game, Ray's right. In terms of events, that it's a head scratcher. I always think about what could, right? But, we go on and we try to get better, man,
That's all we can do. Turn the page, move on. I can't wait for the season to start because every game that gets played, we're further away from the World Series in game 1, game 3, game 5.
It's John Sterling. It's bad, though, not those calls anymore.
Oh, I said that. I said, man, losing John on top of losing the World Series, on top of losing Juan Soto, it's a lot for us to recover from. But you know what the Yankees did? The Yankees said, hey, take the facial hair policy away. Hey, stop playing Frank when we lose. Hey, hey, hit these kids with some promotional items. We got a Jazz Chisholm number 13 jersey coming out. The Yankees don't have a City Connect jersey, but they got a City Connect basketball jersey giveaway May 2nd.
That's yeah, I love the Jazz. But you're right though. You hit it all the time, man. The chains, the tattoos. Everybody got to go. I mean, look at the cell phones now, man.
That's what the world is. That's what we're living in this digital age. We can see each other more than ever. So the fact that these phones allow us to see more human beings, we are more accepting naturally. We have to be.
Yes, you're 100% right. So, man, let's go Yanks. And Keith, one thing, man, what do you give me perspective on the draft? I'm a season ticket holder for the Giants. I think we always talk about this. So, it's almost like you got to grab one of these quarterbacks. Come on, you can't take the
Absolutely.
Colorado. Am I right?
No, they will take, if Shedeur Sanders is there for them, they will take him and they will work with him and they will mold him. They have scouted him multiple times at his school. They've watched the film on him. They have a relationship with him. He is better than Drew Lock. He's better than Tommy Cutlets, Tim Boyle. They will work with that young man. There are a lot of people talking down on Shedeur Sanders. The Giants will not pass on him.
No, and him, neighbors are throwing the ball around during the Heisman Trophy. Come on, that's the Colorado.
Hey, just the fact that they even have a relationship already helps.
100%, Keith, man. But listen, man, you're the best. Keep your thing going. Hope your son's doing well. Always Ocean County in the house, brother. So do what you do, man. You're the best.
Thanks for the call, Stu. 888-808-1019. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the Yankees. Like, okay, when the Yankees were slow to adopt a Pride Night, did that have anything to do with the Mets? You guys remember how the Yankees kind of dragged their feet with that? I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan. The Brooklyn Nets were very quick to, adopt a Pride Night. The Yankees, on the other hand, it took them a couple years. They did it in their own way. They honored Stonewall, and they had their own. I think there's like a scholarship fund and something else that goes on with the Yankees specifically. But the Yankees took some heat because they didn't do it right away. When the world was saying, hey, the LGBTQ community deserves to be respected and honored in your building. They deserve to be a part of sports. You have fans that come from this community. The Yankees were not the first ones to it. I don't think they looked and said, we'll wait on the Mets to do it. The Mets probably did it before them. They did it in their own way. They did it when they were ready to do it. They did it when they wanted to present it the way that they wanted to present it. They'll continue that way. Maybe they do give us a City Connect uniform. They haven't got there yet. The rest of the league has. The only other team that hasn't done one is the team that is going to bounce between 3 cities in 5 years. The Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas A's can't connect 3 cities. They can't make a City Connect uniform until they get to Vegas. Really? I think the Yankees are in New York with great artists and designers, and if they really wanted to, they could do it. But they stick with their tradition of the pinstripes and the road grays. They did tweak the road grays some. They took the white stitching off of the lettering across the chest. I like that move. Who knows what's coming up next? I always say this: evolve or dissolve. I've watched a lot of businesses and companies fold, right? You know, Don Mattingly spoke out about the facial hair policy. And he said, yeah, back then we had to shave. We had to also wear sport coats, and there were rotary phones. Like now we have cell phones that you can do everything you want with. There are people listening to my voice on their cell phone. There are people watching my video stream on their cell phone right now. They couldn't do that on WFAN 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. It's just a sign of the times. We don't have to make it any bigger than that. Mario in Long Beach on the Fan in New York again.
What's going on? Good show as always.
Yeah, watching the Rangers. Rangers look good against the Isles here, 3-1, holding it down. And I'm just ready for this Lakers game. I know I'm going to be locked in on Kyrie, LeBron, Luka, Austin Rivers, these guys. Austin Rivers. Yeah, I meant to say Austin Reeves. Austin Rivers is Doc Rivers' kid. Sports brain. But yes, I was going back and forth with Paul. That's my producer. He's allowed to speak. I'm not the type of host to be like, turn your mic off. You only speak when I speak. I got a ton of respect for Paul.
I was sitting there with the court like I was a judge, and I was going to pick you one.
Thanks. I should.
But you have to have some basis of fact with the opinion, you know? Otherwise, the opinion holds no weight.
I mean, that's the whole thing with that. If I had a co-host, I'm sure we'd have pre-show meetings and go back and forth and save it for the show. And, you know, that's the whole crux of sports talk radio. That's why I encourage people to call. That's why I also encourage people, hey, you know more than I know potentially, or you know something I don't know. Call me up and we'll have at it, and I'll give you your time. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but hey, I might beat you. I might have more points. I might have more, facts than you have. And if so, I win.
Question being a quarterback, and then I want to make one quick comment, and then I'll let you answer. Would you trade the Giants number 3 pick for Bo Nix?
They're not trading Bo Nix. No, the Giants could have drafted him number 6 overall last year.
But they didn't. But they saw how good he is.
No, he's good with Sean Payton and in that offense out there, and he's going to be their quarterback. He's 25. He might be their quarterback for the next, 8-9 years. And that's this number 3 overall pick for the Giants it's make or break. And I know they said they're open to doing a lot of things with it. They might trade up, they might trade back. I don't trust these guys. I think they're going to screw it up somehow. Maybe they screw it up taking Shedeur Sanders and he is a bust, but I would take the quarterback. They talk about taking swings. You haven't hit. You've been taking a couple swings and you haven't been able to get a real hit at quarterback, and that's been one of the main issues. So they have to hit.
Exactly. So my last point is this: I'm a little bit older, and I understand the haircut policy, but we have with all of this, there's a lack of respect a little bit. And I heard Doc Rivers saying things like, "You go into halftime, you want to talk to you guys, everybody's looking at the cell phone." Now there needs to be those cell phones should be away during the game.
That's something that should be. That's business. That's you're on the job.
Talk about it.
Yeah, because in the NBA specifically, these players, it's a players run league. These players are the last guy on the bench is a multi-millionaire. You're not telling these guys to not look at their phones. These guys have gotten in trouble. They've gotten in trouble liking posts and tweeting during the game. There's something in the collective bargaining agreement or something in the agreement with the Players Association. Like, they're not supposed to be on their phones. But that's crazy. I didn't hear Doc say that, but that's crazy to think of a coach trying to coach the team and guys are checking to see if their DMs are lit.
Listen, I'll leave you with one thing. A couple of times I was watching some stuff in front of Congress, and I saw the guys that were listening to somebody on the stand looking at their phones.
It's bad. We are slaves to our phones. All of us are. Thanks for the call, Mario. 888-808-1019. We're slaves to these phones. You know what? I love my son because my son, he knocks the phone out of my hand, and it's a reminder. And I remember before my son was born, I told my wife we need to put little mailboxes on the rooms. So put your phone in this room and then go into our son's room, and it's story time, and we're playing with his stuffed animals and his cars. Give him full attention. but like everything is in your phone. Work, money, things you're ordering, news, every single thing is in this phone. And you know what happens when you open your phone? You might go there looking for an email. You might go there looking for a deposit. You might go there looking for something productive, and then something distracts you. And like my son, he wants full attention. He's the only child, and he will literally go and knock my phone out of my hand. And I say, thank you, son. Like, I don't need to be on this phone right now. It is not that important. But this is where we are in the world. There will be studies, and there probably already are. There will be studies in the next couple of years about what this is doing. I sometimes feel my wrist. I work out. I'm in the gym. I'm like, how come I'm on the bench? I'm like, my right wrist feels from holding my phone. I got to get a new phone case. This phone case is too heavy. It's putting a strain on my wrist. 888-808-1019. These phones are affecting everything we do. The social media aspect, the internet aspect is affecting everything we do, our perception of reality and how we see the world, and it is what it is. All right, we got a break here. Okay, I can take another call. I was about to say, okay, because I have Charlotte Carroll coming up to continue the conversation around the Giants and the Combine. Let me take this call from my guy, Wellesley in Connecticut. What's up, Wellesley?
Yo, what's up, K-Mac? Thank you so much, man. I gotta tell you, there's a lot going on tonight with you and everything swirling around.
Good.
But I gotta be honest with you, I don't even know where to start. But I will say this: I gotta give you some props, my friend. You are a class act, and this is all I want to say. You handle yourself so professionally and so knowledgeable. I am so impressed with your knowledge and your candor and you just everything about what you do. This is why I call in. I don't call in to anybody else. And I gotta give you mad respect because I too am a father of a daughter. Oh, the daughter's a little bit tougher, but I gotta tell you, you are so inspiring to me. And I gotta tell you, thank you so much. That's all I really want to tell you. I had some points, but listening to you to handle yourself is impressive.
Wow. Well, thanks, Wellesley. I thought you wanted to talk Yanks or something, but I appreciate it.
You know, on hold, I was like, what? This guy knows how to handle everything that comes at him. Like you, it's not that you're deflecting, you handle it. You handle your business. I love that. And you handle the things about life in general. And thank you.
Thank you, Wellesley. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I think it's just life experience. Growing up, I'm not perfect. God is working on me as he's working on all of us. But I appreciate the, perspective and, if that comes through on the radio, that's powerful. That's powerful. I never met Wellesley. I don't know him, but he listens to the show. He calls the show. And usually we joke about Austin Wells has to be called Wellesley because they call, Oswaldo Cabrera Cabby and Glaby and Kingy. And, Boone has his pet names for the Yankees. But no, sometimes you got to have a dose of just, real life. And we can vary or, we can veer off and our conversations vary between sports topics and life. But it is necessary to have that perspective as well. It's like, as we're talking about the Yankees changing facial hair policy, the song, the internet has an effect on that. The whole baseball world saw Devin Williams shave and reacted, and it wasn't a positive reaction towards the Yankees. I've been telling you, I've been running this campaign for years. Stop playing New York after losses. It is not Disneyland. It is not a tourist. It is a tourist attraction, but not for us like diehard fans, the core fans, the bleacher creatures, the season ticket holders, the young kids that are out there. Like, we're getting into fights over people trolling us during that song. And the Yankees said, hey, we can change that. Done. 888-808-1019. Charlotte Carroll from The Athletic is coming up next so we can talk G-Men on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this. Real. Let's see. All right. There's a video out there. I saw that already. Nice Giants pill I saw already. How's your night, bro? It's good, man. I'm chilling, bro. I'm just like watching this Rangers game. They're rolling the Islanders. Good for the Rangers fans. About to talk to Charlotte Carroll. Hosting the show, trying to entertain people, trying to hit people with some real talk, and just passing the time, man. Just passing the time. I'm blessed to get 5 hours to speak on New York radio, and like it's a breeze, bro. I call it a sprint, not a marathon. I do this, bro. I do this. Keith, do the Mets have the beard policy? No. Love the back and forth with Mets fans. They haven't won in a minute. That's all you have to say. That's what I'm saying. We can't just erase history like what you haven't won, bro. Like we can't look at the Mets because they have a rich owner and made a couple moves like they won. Like none of that has turned into like winning. Keith, do you think this is Volpe's final year to prove himself? I don't. Or are the Yankees going to hold on? He's 23. And like he is one of us. The Yankees, did you see that video the Yankees put out today? The Yankees put out like a ASMR, like a Volpe working, Volpe doing his thing. They put out this video of Volpe mic'd up today. You should check that. Not a fan on how the Yankees lineup looks. Me either. But we've seen worse. We've seen worse. I've been on it as far as like campaigning for them to get another bat. And I said, I'm like, it's crazy to think that you knew Giancarlo Stanton was going to be hurt. You also knew that you were going to have this competition at third base, and none of those guys were going to inspire anybody. You also knew that you were going to be over the luxury tax by like $6-7 million. If you're going to go over the luxury tax, go all the way over it. Hal told us, and like, you know what? I'm a fan, but because I'm on the fan, I read these articles, I put notes together. It's almost like I study this stuff more. When they had the owners' meetings, only one owner spoke. And granted, it was in New York. Like Steve Cohen didn't speak. Hal gave us a lot at the owners' meeting. And he said, I have more financial flexibility than ever. Me also being a fan like I am, I watched those ticket prices for all 3 World Series games. I was in the stadium for 2 out of 3 World Series games. I never seen more people at Yankee Stadium. They were raking in cash. They played longer than they have in 15 years. So like when you say you have the most financial flexibility you've ever had, I know you out-earned your estimates this year and you have the money to spend. But then when you tell your fan base, I don't think spending more money correlates with having the best team or something like that. It doesn't. We're like, no. You just lost to the Dodgers. They spent the most money last year and went on to win. And after winning, they spent the most money again, deferred or not. They didn't stop. Why are you stopping? And why are you telling us why you stopped? To me, like those two things are opposite. Like, don't tell me about Volpe and Wells and having a young core. You just told me that you made more money than ever, right? In pursuit of Juan Soto as well. That's where Hal was speaking at the owners' meetings about we have more financial. He said we can sign any player in Major League Baseball, basically saying there's no baseball contract that we can't afford. Okay, but you ended up not signing that contract. So you have even more money. And I know it would have been over 16 years and it would have been $47.5 million for this year, but still, like, don't come out and flex like that and then retract. Don't come out and talk about financial flexibility and being like, no, we're good right here. Oh, Marcus Stroman's $18 million. We can't do anything until we get that off them. We got options at home. We don't have to go out and I understand the fans that have something to say about that. I'm not screaming it from the rooftops, but I've said it last night. I think I have the quote somewhere in my notes because they were asking about the beard policy, and Chris Kirshner, shout out to him, who's from the Bronx, Yankee fan, was like, "You guys done spending? You lowered payroll." And Hal corrected him. No, he didn't. Some reports had the Yankees at like 291, but he said that the Yankees are at 307, 308. If the luxury tax line is 301. You're over, like, to me, you're either under it or over it. And if you're over it, keep going. I don't know. That's how I would look at it. I guess that's how I look at, like, my budget and bills. Like, we already over it, whatever. Like, we already passed what we expected to spend. Like, all right, now, this bar tab is $200. What's another $50? Give me another round. Let's see. How many home runs do you think Jazz hits this year? I have no clue, man. Yeah, at least 20. Stay healthy. Be solid at second base. Keith, can you show us what it looks like in front of you if you can? Yeah. I said I wish I could flip the camera like an iPhone camera. I'm watching the Rangers. Rangers fans that went to UBS got a good night going right now. If they don't collapse in the third period, you can see Paul back there picking his nose, doing nothing, waiting on the update. Marco's in here as well if he doesn't mind being filmed. Marco, one of the rare Yankee fans that exists in the building. And no retreat, no surrender isn't exactly being shown. That's what I'm saying. Where's that warpath mentality? Where is that, like, Rangers just scored again? They're kicking their ass. Rempe. Where's that, like, yo, we're pissed off. We got embarrassed and mocked by the whole baseball world. We're sparing no expense. Stack the deck.
I didn't see him score. I just saw go in. Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Questions abound when you win just 5 games. Haven't been in the playoffs since 2010, but Aaron Glenn getting ready for his first season. Already a little testy when he was asked if he expects to find a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers for the coming season. Giants, they need to find a quarterback as well. Plenty of rumors swirling about Matthew Stafford, but Joe Shane, not about to go near that. For the Yankees, Scott Efros can't seem to get going. Walking off the mound after injuring his hamstring on the first pitch is the 31-year-old working his way back from Tommy John and back surgeries. They'll have to be further evaluated to really know the extent. Rangers all over the island. There's 5-1, still 3:25 left in the second period. Matt Rempe has just lit the lamp. The Rangers just have 10 shots, but they have 5 goals. Johnny Brodzinski with a pair, and JT Miller is 5th since being reacquired. 49 degrees, clear sky at Central Park. What's happening? I'm Marco Belletti.
And we're back. Joining us right now on the Fan for maybe like the 5th or 6th time, Charlotte Carroll, who covers the New York Giants for The Athletic. How you doing, Charlotte? Yeah, I saw your tweets and I saw the coverage, and I was like, all right, let me bother her and see if she'll join us tonight from the Combine, from the Indianapolis Convention Center. Here's a random question before we get into the Giants. What's something that surprised you out there? What's something you saw, or a person you saw, or an activation, or maybe some media members? What's something that you saw that kind of piqued your interest or surprised you out there this year at the Combine?
Catch me up at the net. I'm going to chat about it. It's always a good time.
Oh, I'm not trying to keep you from it. What time did it start? Okay, I'm like, no, do your thing. That sounds great. That sounds fun. Women in sports, and I mean, especially the NFL. That's a great answer. So thank you for that. Let's focus on the Giants now. Right away they got to talk Saquon Barkley. They got to ask about Saquon Barkley, because from offseason Hard Knocks, which we may not get another one, because I don't think any team in the NFL wants to be looked at like the Giants gave us a look. They asked Joe Shane, and Joe Shane just says, we were at different parts, or he said he's happy for Saquon, but they're at different parts of building the team, and he kind of swerved that question. What do you think he really feels, or what do you think the feeling is around Saquon Barkley with the Giants and the season that he just had?
Yeah, I mean, Saquon Barkley, Eagles win the Super Bowl, division rival. We all saw what that could have been. He on Hard Knocks and an infamous quote from John Mara. So I feel like the Giants are kind of hoping to put that storyline in the past as they go forward. Again, it kind of will never truly in the past, but will live in infamy. But Joe Schoen is definitely ready to move forward and put that behind him as best as he can.
I saw a report that the New York Giants have a formal meeting with Ashton Jeanty from Boise State coming up at the Combine, the top running back, the runner-up in the Heisman. Did you hear anything about that?
I haven't yet. I mean, it's kind of like these guys are meeting with everyone. They're trying to put everyone on the roster to look at, and they're doing their due diligence at every position. So it's just kind of, the season of rumors. They're talking to everyone they can. So right now, I'm not taking too much stock into it. Because as you kind of mentioned, the quarterback conversation has really been dominating so far. It's just the first day that things have really gotten started.
Yeah, so let's jump right into it. Matthew Stafford, future Giants quarterback. All eyes on the Super Bowl winner, former #1 overall pick. Matthew Stafford's brother-in-law gets hired by the Giants, and now everybody thinks that they're going to draft Travis Hunter and they're going to go trade for Matthew Stafford and pay him all of that money. Do you think this is a possibility for the Giants?
Idea based on some of the things he was saying. The standout quote to me was, we're going to look for the best players available that can help us win games in 25. So when you're talking about that win now mode, you're looking at Matthew Stafford, 37-year-old Super Bowl win. He's someone who could definitely put them in that position. And if they believe they have a roster capable of that, then they could use that number 3 pick on maybe Travis Hunter, add Joe Carter if they're able to get him. You're looking at that, okay, this is interesting. When you use the word, Joe Schoen also brought up taking big swings. Matthew Stafford trade would definitely be a big swing when he was asked about kind of investing in the quarterback and taking kind of putting in the money there. So I think it's definitely interesting and adds a little bit more smoke to that fire.
Yeah, I liked his quote about, Matthew Stafford's under contract with the Rams. You got to ask them. That's good. I talked a lot about how, the draft is a competition and the combine is the first place you got to have a poker face. You got to bluff. You got to have some smoke screens. And I also like that Shane said, we're going to take a lot of swings. Like this might be his last at bat. And we know they need at least 2 quarterbacks. I think they have to draft one. And I think they also have to trade for or sign one. But at number 3 overall, do you think there's truth to okay, if Shedeur Sanders is there, they have to take him. They will take him after scouting him all year?
I don't know. I don't know if they're feeling the pressure that they're forced to take that. One of the options, obviously, if they do get the veteran that they like, that they feel comfortable with, is they take a different position with another 2 picks, maybe they trade back, whatever they need to do, and then take a later round flyer if that's of interest to them. The process is just getting started. We'll see what happens, but that's kind of been the thinking too. When the quarterback class is not as highly ranked as the ones in years past, talking with draft analysis, like Shedeur Sanders and Ward might be like a 10 or number 10 or 15 total of the players in this class. So you're not looking at a player who's the #1 quarterback and the #1 player in the draft class.
Yeah, Joe Schoen says he's like, I have 3 to 5, 6, 7 players that, they may have in mind for the 3rd overall pick. And what I feel like is you can't miss. This has to be a generational player. You're picking 3rd overall after the season you had, losing 10 games in a row. You need the quarterback, but you also can't miss on a quarterback. And everybody's saying that these quarterbacks can't miss prospects. So maybe there's some thought to maybe a Jackson Dart or a Quinn Ewers. Are you hearing anything about the Giants taking the best player available on the board and maybe drafting a quarterback in the 2nd round?
I think it's still early, and I don't think that's a crazy thought, though. It's just kind of the thinking of you look at that overall. As I mentioned, it's not a strong quarterback draft class. So it is, I think you can look at Travis Hunter at number 3 or whoever's available and who would make this roster better. I think there's an argument to be made for that.
Yeah, I really feel like Shane and Dable are making decisions with their jobs on the line, and that defense certainly needs help. You could always help the offensive line. What do you think about this overall draft compared to last year where they hit on so many players? I think they absolutely have to hit on this draft. I've been saying that they need to win the fan base back with this draft. I think that, this could be a make or break draft as we head into a season where they have the toughest strength of schedule and the longest Super Bowl odds.
Definitely. I mean, they got very fortunate with their 24 class. That was a very strong class from Moose Neighbors down to Theo Johnson and everyone in between. But to your point, you do have to kind of, the pressure is there. In terms of this class overall, I'm still kind of doing my digging in. But there's plenty of needs that they need to fill. Defensive line, offensive line, how they decide to attack that. Offensive line, I'm more curious what they'll do with quarterback first and how that will impact their thinking of the rest of the offensive line and kind of building that out a little bit more. But they definitely need a defensive lineman to pair with Dexter Lawrence and build up the trenches a little more on that side of the ball.
Charlotte, I don't want to keep you from the party. I appreciate you giving us 10 minutes from Indy. Keep your ear to the streets. We'll have you back on around draft time. We appreciate you. Charlotte Carroll from The Athletic covering the G-Men. 888-808-1019. It is wide open now. I do not have a 10 o'clock guest, and that's kind of intentional because there's so many of you that have called and hold or have been on hold and have dropped off. And, you know, we're kind of talking Giants, talking Jets, talking Yanks, and I do want to get into some more baseball conversation around the Mets. Maybe we'll do that when we come back. When we come back, I'll give you some thoughts on where the Mets are this offseason, some rumors around Brett Beatty and Marcus Stroman, and obviously with early injuries in camp, what will the Mets do to pivot, or will they stay put? Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're about halfway through my 5-hour KM to AM. We'll be right back. All right, yo. She was at a happy hour in Indy. I wasn't trying to keep her for too long. She didn't tell me that when I talked to her earlier, but she's solid, man. Charlotte Carroll from The Athletic. She's super solid. Oh, I had to clear my phone. Bruh. Like, some of the people that hit me during my show is crazy. Some of the people that I've come in contact with doing this show over the years, it's amazing. And you never know who's listening, and then they kind of tap in with you and be like, yo, I heard this, or you're like, yo, say this, or don't forget this. And it's like, yo, glad you're listening. Okay, so let's talk Mets when we come back here. Any Mets questions in the chat? Anybody got a thought on the New York Metropolitans? Let's see. I know I saw Jose Siri go deep today. Brett Beatty looking kind of good. Pause. Let's see. Jose Siri homer, Brett Beatty homer. Who is this? Guillermo? When are they going to name Francisco Lindor captain? Jose Siri, Brett Beatty, Jose Iglesias, Jose Quintana. Yeah, I'm just reading some things. Will Judge hit another 60 home runs this season? I doubt it. He didn't do it last year. He didn't hit 60 last year. He tailed off at the end of the year. He cooled off. 50, I think, is reasonable. I think if he stays healthy, he could have another 50 home run year. I see some questions about Stanton retiring. Are those true? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. So yeah, we talk New York Mets. All right, coming back here. Rolling right along here. What's today? Tuesday? Got the club going up on a Tuesday. Okay, we're going to talk Mets. Play the drop, Paulie. I don't hate the Mets. These are my Mets. I was. Yo, Jonah. Jonah's got a great drop cooked up. Good grab, Paulie. Well, all the Jets have given me 2 years of misery. He's 12. But since a lot of the Jets fans also double as Mets fans, I think there's a big year coming up for the Mets. I know it's a big year coming up for the Mets. I think they're going to be good. And there's some weird Yankee fans that think because I'm a Yankee fan, I can't say that on the fan, or I can't talk about Juan Soto in a good light. I've been pretty consistent about Juan Soto, saying he's going to show up, he's going to post. I was watching that first at bat live, and I wasn't surprised. Last year when Juan Soto homered in his first Yankee game, all I kept saying on Twitter was, it's Juan Soto, bro. When have we seen Juan Soto not show up? With all eyes on him, that's what he wants. That's what he enjoys. That's the most fun he has out there when everybody's watching, because he's like that. And that's what the Mets have for the next 15 years. But he can't do it alone. If he could, maybe the Yankees win the World Series last year. If he could, maybe the Padres don't miss the postseason. Maybe the Nationals got more than one. You know what I'm saying? He's missed the postseason. And he was vocal last year about needing a team around him. It can't just be two hitters like Luis Severino said. But, man, as I look at this Mets team and this Mets lineup, I'm not so worried about the pitching because they are going to hit. And maybe they don't hit like they hit last year with a historic pace and a historic run where every night it was double digits in the R column and the H column. And maybe they don't, break records and run differential, but they're going to hit. They're going to hit. Their lineup. And I think I saw an article put out by WFAN, somebody in the middle of the night arguing with CMAC that the Yankees have a better lineup than the Mets. Save your breath. Don't call and do that. We can argue a lot of things, Yankees fans versus Mets fans, but you cannot argue right now that the Yankees lineup is better than the Mets. It's actually not even close. 888-808-1019. As I see Jose Siri smack a ball and drop his bat today, as I see Brett Beatty hit a homer, and there are conversations in the Twitter sphere about a trade for Marcus Stroman and Brett Beatty. Who says no? Both sides, I think. I don't think either side gets on the phone for that deal. But I look at the Mets lineup from Lindor to Soto, obviously. When are they going to make Lindor captain? I think that would be a nice little ceremony. That would be a nice little cherry on top. That would be a nice, I don't know how they do it, a nice, headline, news alert. Francisco Lindor, I think he's pretty much, known as the leader of the team. I think Franco, wasn't he in here? And he had a quote. John Franco said he's already pretty much the honorary captain or looked at as the captain. So go ahead. He doesn't have to need this like C on his jersey, but go ahead and name him captain. We have Judge as captain of the Yankees and Jalen Brunson as captain of the Knicks. I think those are the three kings in New York as we talk about New York sports. No, none of them have actually won a championship, but they are kings in their kingdoms. When does Lindor get actually the title of Mets captain? For the Yankees, it is. No, I'm like the Red Sox. The Red Sox put C's on their jerseys. I think that's stupid. It just doesn't look right. But like in a year where you're going to honor David Wright, I think it would be cool to name Francisco Lindor captain for sure. I think it might. I don't think it really matters unless you're on a football team. Those guys go out for the coin toss, wear the C on their football uniforms across the league. Yeah, special teams. Special teams is a part of the game. You could be a special teams captain. I think it's just this, right? With what you saw from Lindor last year, leading the team as the leadoff hitter, leading the team as the shortstop, bringing energy, fighting through the back issues he had, coming up clutch, breaking up the perfect game no-hitter in Toronto, hitting that home run in Atlanta, hitting that grand slam. Like, it's just a way to be like, hey, you've really matured here in New York and emerged as the leader of this team. It's not Pete Alonso. It's also not Juan Soto. Like, Lindor, lead us. You are the captain. It's not gonna change anything with the team or Lindor. I don't think bad or good. Like, I don't think it's gonna be like Lindor's gonna fall off a cliff because he's captain now. I don't think that the players are going to look at him any differently because he's captain now. He's got the money, he's got the accolades, he's got the skills. They all respect him. Yeah, but we were calling for that for like 2-3 years. Judge should be the next captain. Judge should be the next captain. And honestly, Hal threw it in to sweeten the pot with his deal. Like, here's the deal, and you're the Yankees captain. And knowing Judge respects the Yankees history like he does, it's a great group of people to be in to say that you're a Yankee captain. It's elite. No, it's kind of superficial. It's kind of like, it's not really a thing, especially without the C to symbolize it and without something like a coin toss to symbolize baseball. You don't need a captain. It's already known that he's the captain. He's the leader. He leads by example. 888-808-1019. Another guy that led by example who I still don't understand is not being considered, Jose Iglesias, as a 35-year-old utility infielder, a guy that had a hitting streak, a guy that had a hit single, a guy that just brings the right vibes. I listened to Nick Castellanos say he should have been National League MVP last year. I listened to JD Martinez on Joel Sherman and John Heyman's podcast talk about how when they were in the minors together, as JD Martinez was ramping up for his Mets debut, he got to hear the OMG song with Candelita. He said he's a, chatterbox. He's got a lot of energy. And Mendoza was looking for someone to shake up the clubhouse, and he knew that bringing him up would be the catalyst, would be the thing. I just don't know how you let that guy float out there. I think you bring that guy back, especially with the Nick Madrigal news and the fracture in his shoulder. and him wearing that number 11, maybe that's it too, right? You took the jersey off the guy's back, gave it to Nick Madrigal, and now he's hurt. And so maybe it's like, hey, we're all spent up here, but you really shouldn't be. Same thing with Jose Quintana. Jose Quintana showed up. He was good. I mean, he was good the second half of the year. And now when you look at this Mets rotation, where you're going to be relying on Kodai Senga, who didn't pitch at all last year, who needs an extra day of rest. You're going to be relying on Clay Holmes to transition to now being one of 5 starters and not coming out of the bullpen and taking the ball and starting every single game. Clay looked good. Obviously, went 3 perfect innings, and he's added some pitches in, and he looked way different than the Prey Holmes that Yankee fans were seeing. But, like, can he put together a whole year as a starter? We don't know. David Peterson, Tyler McGill, Griffin Canning, Paul Blackburn, like those guys could lose you series. Those guys could end up putting you in losing streaks that Juan Soto can't hit you out of, that Lindor can't pull you out of. You can never have enough pitching. Last night I was talking about they might consider some bullpen games. I know they're not considering moving Jose Butto back to a starting pitcher, but they might consider some bullpen games because the Mets bullpen is stronger this year. I think that it's not time to panic, though. I think, like I said earlier, David Stearns has shown you from last year where it's like Adrian Hauser, not good enough. Goodbye. Joey Wendell, not good enough. Goodbye. Michael Tonkin, you blew it. Get out of here. The list goes on. Jorge Lopez, we have standards here. You're not going to throw your glove, say what you said in the media and think that that's okay. You're gone. Even Edwin Diaz. You slipped up with some sticky stuff and whatever. All right, we're going to sit you down. We're going to get you out of here. We're going to get you right. And they tweaked and changed that bullpen, that lineup, even bringing Mark Vientos back in the fold. Like, David Stearns is an active president of baseball operations. He did come out and say that he feels confident in the Mets' depth, but I don't think he could feel as confident now. 888-808-1019. So I don't think it's time to panic. I don't think it's time to worry so much. Like, Sean Manaea's got an oblique injury. It's not an arm. It's not an elbow. It's not a shoulder. I think it's just regular wear and tear. A guy is another year older. He starts throwing and working out. He's a little spring beat up, and we just got to keep an eye on that as the weeks go by. I think Mendoza was talking about it. It could be 7 days, 14 days, 21. Like, they're not panicking. It's a long season. The oblique is tricky, though. The oblique is tricky. And not to compare Judge's oblique because he's a hitter. So the torque is where he had the problem with the oblique, but it could linger on a little bit longer. I'm free, he'll start throwing again. But if you start the season off slow, Mets fans, you know this, and you should know this. Like, your owner put out there that you're going to win the World Series in 5 years. This is year 5. Then he doubled down to say 2 to 4 World Series in 10 years. Okay, so you're halfway there with none. This is a Juan Soto team now. There's going to be celebrities, reggaeton artists, more media, more Latin sports media, more eyes on the Mets. You have a target on your back, as I've been saying for months now. Let's see how the Mets respond when the Braves want some get back, when the Phillies want some get back, when teams are coming into Queens or they're going into other teams' buildings and nobody is underestimating you. You're getting everybody's best punch like the Yankees have got for years. This can't be a similar start to last year. Steve Cohen is calling on fans to show up and raise the attendance from 18th. It can't be Gary, Keith, and Ron talking about this is rock bottom on the broadcast. Like, they have to get out of the gate quickly. Ari and Far Rockaway on the Fan at exactly 9:30. You got it, Ari. Watching the Rangers absolutely smoke the Islanders 5-1. And talking Mets now. He's the best player that they have. I think he's their most expensive player they have. I don't think they're going to trade him. They're waiting for him to come back after missing time. Like, I don't think there's any way they trade him. What would the Mets give up? Nah, I think the Marlins are clueless. But I don't think that they would trade him in division to the Mets.
From Ohio and trading their third pick.
getting Justin Fields from Ohio State. What guy from Ohio? I don't know. The Giants getting what guy from Ohio? Now I'm thinking, not Ohio. Will Howard? What guy from Ohio? Not Cleveland, not Cincinnati. Oh, I'm assuming Ohio State. So when you say a guy from Ohio, I immediately thought Justin Fields. Yeah, I like the thought. I mean, we're talking Justin Fields with the Jets, but I like the thought of Justin Fields in Brian Daboll's offense. I was comparing him to Daniel Jones the other day. A lot of people were. And then Will Howard, we're talking about the combine earlier, and I was talking about how less and less of the top names, the made men, the guys that everybody knows are the top picks are performing because it can only hurt their draft stock. Will Howard is going there to spin it. Will Howard is going there to compete. After competing and winning the national championship, he's trying to raise his draft stock. Somebody's going to draft him. He's a big boy. Let's see. 888-808-1019. Jason is in the Bronx next on the Fan.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Well, I'm calling because I think you're wrong on the stance of the importance of captain. The captain is the man who's the leader, who sets guys straight, makes sure things are. He's the coach on the field when the coach ain't on the field.
Okay, so how am I wrong?
Captain, especially for an organization as the Mets or the Yankees, I think it's underrated the importance of having a captain.
Oh, well, maybe you heard Paul. I think that they should name Lindor captain yesterday. I'm waiting for the
I agree with you, but I think you were just saying that when I heard you talking, it's like the importance, the person who spoke a little earlier was like, what kind of importance does the captain have? And I think it has a lot more importance than people believe. For football, they got the guys go out there for the coin toss, stuff like that. But for baseball, the captain on the team is the man who's the glue, who gets the guys to wake up. He's the guy, he's the leader. That's what Lindor was last season. I think he's been that. He's definitely, like you said, matured, and he just definitely deserves that title, especially with Juan Soto coming in and taking this whole emphasis how it's Juan Soto's team. And for me, it's a slap in the face, slightly in the face of Lindor, to say it's Juan Soto's team, like Lindor wasn't here doing what he's been doing the last few seasons.
Understood, Jason. What I would say is Lindor is going to lead and be Lindor regardless of a captain ceremony and the title. I do think there should be a slight delineation here, though, from the organization to be like, hey, man, you've been here for years now. You had a hell of a year last year. You know, if Ohtani wasn't Ohtani, you're probably the MVP. We're going to make you the captain just to give you like a nod over Juan Soto, who is the highest paid player in the sport and a ridiculous player and one of the top 5 players in baseball. But, the captaincy, like the New York Giants had 10 captains a couple years ago. And I remember being like, nah, that's too much. 10 captains? You don't need 10. That's, too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. Like, the captain should be for guys that stand out and lead by example, guys that are, like, I think, wasn't Jaden Daniels a captain this year? I think Jaden Daniels was a captain this year. Yeah, Jaden Daniels was named captain for the Washington Commanders. And Jaden Daniels, I heard him in an interview talk about how, like he played all the preseason games. They made him earn it in camp, but he earned it so much in camp where he's the quarterback of the team. He's the undisputed leader of the team. He's a change in the franchise. He's the captain. Wouldn't it be nice if the Giants were able to draft him last year? Sharif out on Staten Island on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Expecting things up. That was cool. I'm a Giant fan. The Giants not going to get Stafford. The Rams are just putting him out there to see how much he's worth, and then they're going to bargain and they're going to talk.
Agreed.
Need to go. I think they need to get Carter. This rookie quarterback ain't gonna do nothing for them. The Giants, they need to win because they know they're gonna get fired. And then you got a change of like Carter, somebody that's gonna be like Parsons, somebody that's gonna be there for the next 5-10 years, that's gonna take over the defense. The next, I'm not saying Lawrence Taylor, but somebody that's gonna do this. You can get a quarterback. There's quarterbacks sitting around. The Giants gonna wait 3-4 years for these rookie quarterbacks to do something?
Heard you. Thanks for the call. I'll say this. Like, there's two ways to look at it, right? The Giants need to win. The Giants need to win. The Giants need to win. They need to get an established NFL quarterback. Or the Giants need to win, but it's going to be uphill. And they have a tough schedule and a young roster and the longest Super Bowl odds. And, like, the only way for these guys to keep their job is to draft that young quarterback, develop them, and have the prospect of, like, I don't know, stealing a couple games and winning games in the years to come. Like, I would not want to be Shane and Dable right now. I just think they're dead men walking. I think no matter what they do, they can't win. They can't win. The odds are stacked against them. The way the schedule shakes out, like, they're not going to get Stafford either. I agree with Sharif that, like, this is the Rams saying, go out there and test your worth, test your value, test the market, and come back to us. And I don't know what his value really is going to be, but I don't think that the Giants need to be like, I don't think the Giants are in a position to win now. You don't go get a 37-year-old quarterback unless you think you're going to win now. Like the Jets going to get Aaron Rodgers because they thought that they had this talented roster and they were just a quarterback away. The Giants are not a quarterback away. They need help on offense and defense. They need to, this regime needs to draft their young quarterback, but they don't have to draft Shedeur Sanders. Maybe, in the second round, they can get Jackson Dart. And, the name Tanner Shuck has come up a bunch. I think earlier I said I lean more to Todd McShay and his draft analysis than Mel Kiper. And Tanner Shuck spelled Shough. His name has been popping up. This kid out of Louisville, who's a little bit older. I think he's 25, will be 26 next year. And he bounced around at a couple different schools. His name is out there. Quinn Ewers, Jalen Milroe. Like, I think there's a way for the Giants to bring in a veteran quarterback at a lower cost than giving up a first-round pick or paying $50 million a year. Bring in a veteran quarterback, draft a quarterback maybe in the second. Like, take the best available, or maybe trade back, get 2 picks. I don't know. I'm starting to I think that they would take Shedeur Sanders. And if they do, you have to trust that they love Shedeur Sanders, that Brian Dable likes Shedeur Sanders, that he feels like he can work with Shedeur Sanders and win. And I don't think Shedeur Sanders is going to be a bust. I just think he's got a good support system around him, that he's not going to be fazed by the NFL, and that he is a quarterback first. He's not looking to run the ball. He's looking to throw the ball. And I think in a pro-style system like he's been, another former Giants head coach, Pat Shurmur, was his offensive coordinator in Colorado. He's going to be prepared. You think Deion is not having conversations with his kid the whole way? He is. Deion played for the Yankees, was in this New York market. You think he's not telling, hey, New York is different, bro. New York is a different beast. Maybe John Mara, being connected to the Yankees, says, hey, I don't know. Let's get that side-by-side image for social media of Deion Sanders in the pinstripes, Shedeur Sanders in Giants blue. John Mara also talked about Saquon being the most popular player and selling jerseys. The Jets don't want a celebrity quarterback. The Giants could use one. That number 2 blue Giants jersey is going to sell. It's going to sell quickly. 888-808-1019. Still talking about the Mets, the captaincy, now the Giants a little bit as well, and of course taking calls on the Yankees all night. Watching this Rangers game as there's about 12 minutes left in the third period, and in about 20 minutes we will see the Mavericks versus Lakers for the first time since the Luka Doncic trade. Full rack of calls, plenty of time to go. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back. Okay. Got a ton of calls now. Oh man. Three down from Chris. And 2 down from Rooney. You can text me too if it's easier. Checking text. Thanks for watching. I'll get to the chat. Throw anything in the chat that you would like me to answer. There's a bunch of things. I know. Can't hear the caller, Keith. I have a plan to fix all of this. I have a mixer at home. There's some wires I got to get so that I don't manually have to turn my mic on. I got to turn my mic off and turn the monitor up for you to hear the call. It's a pain in the ass. Oh, boy. I got to turn my mic off and turn the monitor up for you to hear the call. It's a pain in the ass. I got to turn my mic off and turn the monitor up for you to hear the call. Now I wonder why I just hit the now I'm answering people on my Facebook Live. I wonder why the Facebook Live messages don't come through StreamYard. Danny, what up? Timmy, what up? How's it going, man?
Yeah, how are you, buddy?
All right.
Not bad.
Thank you. Where's Danny at?
Danny took a day off today.
Okay, I gotta hit him.
Yeah. I think he got some problem with his car.
Okay.
So,
I owe him some drops for his DJ stuff.
okay. So, he'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, I usually see him.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. So we got people on YouTube, got people on Twitch, got people on Twitter. Okay. All right, quickly here before we go back, as we approach 800 watching live. Okay, here we go. Yeah, John Birdie, no thanks. A healthy John Birdie would have been nice. Yeah, last year, John Birdie's never healthy. They traded for him last year because they didn't have faith in. I'm gonna bring that up, man. They traded for John Birdie last year because they didn't have faith in Oswaldo and DJ. And so, what are they gonna do now? What difference did a year make? I answered that. Stanton rumors are true. And we're back. Shout out to people watching in the chat online as we approach 800 views. And people in the chat help me during the break. You know, if I miss something or, you know, they just throw questions out that I think are good for the airwaves. So, you know, in the chat, this guy's name is @Boone's wife. I don't think he's Boone's wife, but he said a healthy John Birdie would be nice. And it made me think about this time last year when DJ LeMahieu fouled that ball off his foot. The Yankees made the trade right before opening day to get John Birdie. And what does that tell you about where we are right now? They didn't have faith in 2 of the 3 guys competing for third base last year, right? They didn't have faith really in Oswaldo Cabrera because DJ was off the table, but they knew DJ was going to be hurt and possibly not effective. So they traded for John Birdie right before opening day. So here we are again this year with DJ, with Oswaldo and Peraza. What has changed? Make another trade. Make another trade. Get somebody else. What else was good from the chat? Somebody was saying, are you seeing there's questions about Stanton retiring? Are those rumors true? I don't believe that's true. And last night I was on and I said, you know what? When reports come out that it's a personal matter, when reports come out that like, okay, yeah, he's going to see Dr. Chris Ahmad, and then also there's some other things that they can't talk about, that's where like I don't need to talk about it and I can just mind my business as a radio host and as a fan, because I don't need to pry. I don't need to assume. I don't need to know anything else yet about Giancarlo Stanton. And I've already said he's granted immunity from being the ALCS MVP and helping carry the team to the World Series. He's above criticism. We know who he is and what he is. We need him in October. We don't need him in April. Judge yesterday was talking about they went out to dinner and they need him healthy by the middle of the season. So, like, whatever is going on with Stanton, he's out. He's out. That's another reason why the Yankees need to make another move. Tom is in Bayshore on the Fan. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how we doing? I'm a Cowboys fan, but 2 things. One, this thing with the Yankees letting the hair grow, and listen, it's the reason they're Yankees. They're the only team in baseball that doesn't have their name on the back of the uniform, and you're not bigger than the brand. You're not bigger than the brand. If they say keep your hair trimmed, then so what? If you were in the military and they tell you that, it's what it is.
No, well, now they're saying you can grow your beard. You got to cut your hair, but now the Yankees brand is saying no, beards are fine.
Oh no, that could be wrong.
No, it's confirmed. It's done. It's done. Like they from Friday on, you can have a beard now, and the brand has changed.
All right, and the other thing is, even though I'm not a Giants fan, is it possible? Because I don't see a lot of teams out there that need a quarterback, and that's.
I see a few.
But here, let me ask you a question. Is it possible that the Giants can go number 3? And I'll give you 3 names. Offensive tackles. Will Campbell from LSU. Josh Simmons, who probably would have been the number 1 tackle had he gotten injured early. And Connolly from Oregon. And then wait till number 35 and the quarterback falls in their lap. Is that possible?
Anything is possible. Thanks for the call, Tom. The Giants are not using a third overall pick on an offensive lineman. I'll tell you that right now. Like, they've historically whiffed on offensive line. They have Andrew Thomas. He's just not healthy, right? They went out to get Illuminor, Runyon. They drafted John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. They drafted Evan Neal. Like these guys need to play and perform. They're not using a number 3 overall pick. Even though everybody says Will Campbell is a can't miss prospect, Tankathon has the Jets taking him at 7. And I think that'd be a smart move. Right? You're not getting anything done without the big boys up front. I think that'd be a smart move. You add Will Campbell to this Jets offensive line. This Jets offensive line now has 2 bookends with him and Fashanu for the next 10 years. So it doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. Of course it matters who's playing quarterback. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like the wall is built in front of these guys, right? You hear Glenn talking about they're disrespecting their players. AVT, Joe Tippmann. Like they have an offensive line. Make it stronger. And then that's not a weakness. 888-808-1019. And yeah, like, how long are we going to do this until the Yankees are on the field and like 5 or 6 players have visible beards? It's not what makes you a Yankee. What makes you a Yankee used to be winning world championships. All of the Yankees had World Series rings. That was what being a Yankee was. Coming to the Yankees, putting on the pinstripes meant going to the World Series and having a damn parade. It hasn't been that in a decade and a half. It's not about anything else but winning. That's what they sell. Number one, the 27-time World Series champions. Bam, 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 bam. They don't say the completely clean shaven that there's no banners in Yankee Stadium that say completely clean shaven for 49 years. 888-808-1019. Charles is in Montvale, New Jersey on the Fan. Go for it, Charles.
Oh, hi, Keith. Yeah, it's kind of honestly like the opposite of the last caller. Like, I'm kind of loosening up. I think it's okay to have beards, but I want to take it a step further. I was wondering, I saw this part of the first spring training game, and they had pretty nice uniforms. Like, it was like blue, like shirts with silver numbers. Like, do you think there could be some road alternative uniforms maybe down the road?
Yeah, and that's what the City Connect uniform should be, right? We have the road gray, we have the pinstripes. They're never going to mess with that. They're not going to give you an alternate pinstripe. They're not going to give you an alternate road gray. We've seen the Players Weekend jerseys where they had the nicknames on the back, right? Like Aaron Judge had BAJ on the back of his jersey. What the hell is that? Oh, it stands for Big Aaron Judge. Okay. Those were gray. They had the Yankees in script across the chest. They were blue with gray sleeves and Yankees in script across the chest. I wish I bought one back then, but I guess, younger me that was drinking the Kool-Aid was like, oh, this is sacrilegious. This isn't a Yankee jersey. I'm not buying this. I'm not supporting this. Now I'm like, I wish I had one. That's a collector's item. They might never do that. But yeah, I know what you're talking about with the spring training uniform with New York across the chest in gray. I think that they have an opportunity to make like navy blue City Connect uniforms. We are in the capital of artists and fashion. We are in New York where there are designers and artists that would love to take a crack at imagining the Yankees uniform and making something specifically for the Bronx. It should say the Bronx across the chest. Like maybe in graffiti, maybe in a silver type of spray type of look that says the Bronx graffitied across the chest, and it's a navy blue jersey that matches the hats or whatever. But like, they're the only team not doing it. The rest of baseball decided we're going to have the Mother's Day hats, the Father's Day hats, the military appreciation hats. We're going to have the 4th of July hats. And the Yankees had to do that. Since Nike has been making the uniforms the last, I think, 3 years, this year being 4, every other team in baseball has an alternate uniform, and those uniforms sell. The fans wear them. The socks sell. The hoodies sell. The hats sell. The Yankees have just abstained. They just said, no, we don't want to. We don't have to. We're not going to do that. Thanks for the call, Charles. 888-808-1019. But if you're doing things to appease the fans, that would be one of the next things. All right, about to be 10 o'clock. More of your calls for the next 2 hours right after this. All right, my Twitter going crazy, chat going crazy. What did I not answer? Mets need to trade for a big name pitcher and trade some players who are blocked away. They're not. Like Dylan Cease rumors that came up, Luis Castillo rumors that came up, Michael King rumors that came up. They're good. They're good with who they got, bro. Mets have to get themselves a starter after Minaya went down. They don't feel that way, though. They have 5 starters. They might not be able to do their 6-man rotation, but they're looking at Kodai Senga, Clay Holmes, David Peterson, Tyler McGill, Paul Blackburn, Griffin Canning. There's 6 right there if they really did want to go 6-man rotation. Keith, I tagged you on a video on X about Luka fans. All right, let me see. And that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to get that Luka game on. This Rangers game has been over. What channel is? Hold on, let me see what channel. Is this on TNT? Is this on TNT? Hold up, yo. $10 p.m. on TNT. I don't know what the hell channel. Actually, I think Act told me 39 the other day. I'm starting to remember the channels in here. Like, I got Fubo TV at home, so there ain't no channel number. You just go and click on the icon of the whatever, you know. TNT. What channel is TNT, bro? Sorry for the wait. I want to get this game up so I don't miss it, and then I just have it on for like I really want to watch this game. I want to watch this game more. I want to host the rest of the show. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, bet. So I'm trying to find this Luca video you say you tagged me in. I don't know what your Twitter account is. Any money in the app, there's a 50% profit boost. Nah, I'm done. I'm done betting. I'm pop, Brody. My boy Dre asking me if I'm betting on the game. Nah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm down tremendous. I'm down like 10 racks from the football season. Did you say Mets conversation, Keith? Yeah, of course. I talked about Jose Siri. You have to stop with the Jose Iglesias propaganda, my guy. He wants years, and the Mets want flexibility on the infield. Stearns has said it, and also the Mets are done with Boris. Nah, pay for those vibes, bro. Stephanie, a 74-year-old Met fan here, and we both love Keith. Wishing you both a great year. Would be great for the city, and yes, would love to see Jose back with the Metsies. OMG. Yes, I'm saying just to not let the OMG vibes die. Run it back. He will fold on the years and just take a cheap 1-year deal soon, I believe. Like, Jose Iglesias does not want to sign anywhere else. Conversations with Dion don't make you an NFL quarterback, bro. Dude can't even beat his conference. He's going to beat him. You're bugging out. You're bugging out. His offensive line was trash. Conversations with Dion definitely help you understand football and the business better. People want to hate on Dion's kid. I'm rooting for him. I just think he's got a good support system around him. There's a lot of quarterbacks that have failed and don't have a Hall of Famer as their dad. People like just want to hate him because like the nepotism that he's gotten, but like he is a good player. He had to earn it. I don't know exactly what he's going to be in the NFL, but I don't think he's going to be a bum. Like people are expecting him to be a bust. Dion's not going to let his kid be a bust. He's going to help him. They're going to work. And he's going to put in the work to be good. He's a thrower of the football. He's not a runner. That too. He's going to sit in that pocket and try and throw the ball. And he's going to know the entire offense. He'll know what defenses he's facing. And if he's got talent around him, he's going to be good. He was running for his life in Colorado. In 2 years, Dion was not able to recruit an offensive line. Like, did you see that Nebraska game? They were on his ass. Some boys from Nebraska were bullying him. It's tough to play quarterback when you're getting your bell rung. All right, bro. I did not see the video on X you tagged me in, and I don't know your Twitter account, but it did not pop up in my mentions, so maybe I have you muted or something. How will Yankees fans feel about Juan Soto playing against us with the Mets? Great. That's going to be one of the best games of the year. The first game. I'll be there. I'll be there early too. I'm going to be camped out somewhere. I was in the Bleacher Creature chat the other day. They were like, some of the Dominicans and Hispanic people in the chat were like putting in like Hispanic words to chant at Juan Soto, like Mama Huevo. Yeah, I'll bring the net stuff back.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Aaron Glenn getting ready for his first combine later this week as the Jets head coach. So many questions for his club in year one, especially about the quarterback position. But what about Devontae Adams and his future? Jets, of course, picked out the veteran during the season to pair him with Rodgers, who's now a former Jet. So what do the Jets expect for Adams? Giants, of course, picked third. Plenty of discussion if they'll be in play for Cam Ward or Shador Sanders. Joe Shane, not about to tip his hand. Yankees can't seem to catch a break for Scott Effross. 31-year-old reliever finally working his way back from Tommy John and back surgeries. Walked off the mound after one pitch with a hamstring injury. More testing to see the severity of that. Hockey Rangers all over the Islanders, just finishing up 5-1. There's about 2 minutes remaining in this one. Igor Shesterkin, 35 saves. Johnny Brodzinski with a couple of goals, along with JT Miller, his fifth as a Ranger, and Matt Rempe, his second of the season. 48 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
All right, here we go. Yo, I'll bring the Talking Nets show back when the Nets are good again. Nobody wants to do a podcast about losing games. All right, back to the show we go. Okay, let's get to the phones. I've got a full rack of calls, and like I said, I see people holding and dropping off, and let's pick up the pace. If you can just hit me with your topic or your question or your thought. Of course, I'll give you the time, but like just to be courteous of the next person behind you, as this show will end at 12, and I want to get as many of you on as possible. Dial 888-808-1019. Here we go. Ben is in Connecticut. Ben, you're on the Fan.
In junior years, when David Wells, I know the story, came in and showed up one of his fielders after they made an error in 1998. Wells was new to the team, and Jeter went over to him between innings and goes, "Hey man, we don't do that when you let up a home run, so you don't do that to your fielders in the field." And that players talk about that when they talk about the '90s Yanks. That Jeter like set the tone in terms of what the expectation is and how you act here. It's just as a little, and by the way, I love Rosie, but just a little rhetorical, like captain doesn't matter in baseball. It's because, they play 162 games, and when you have guys who make sure that you live up to a certain level and a certain standard, like that does set a winning culture.
Yeah, Judge followed suit last year when Gleyber Torres didn't turn that double play, and Stroman kind of came off the mound barking at him and then continued in the dugout. We all saw Judge kind of pull him to the side and be like, "Hey, don't do that. Like, we need Gleyber. Like, we don't do that when you give up home runs." I don't know if that's exactly what he said, like what Jeter said, but it had a similar vibe. And you know what? You just made me think about being a captain isn't just what we see on the field, is what goes on in that clubhouse day to day. It's the mindset, right? It's these guys showing up day after day after day and having one guy lead the way to like go to work and care about what you're doing and perform and like take it seriously. There needs to be order in the clubhouse, and to have order in the clubhouse, it can't always be the manager. Sometimes you need a quote unquote captain on the team. Obviously it'll be veterans too, but if there's a designated captain, that captain might be the one who gets to play whatever songs he wants on the aux cord. That captain might be the one to kind of pick somebody up that had a bad week or, is down. And yeah, I do see the value in it. And I do think that they need to go ahead and give that honor and bestow that honor on Francisco Lindor before we go into the season. But if they don't, whatever.
Yep. And last point, there's a lot of talk about the Yankees' third base issues, which I see, but actually, I don't know. I like Oswaldo a lot, and I like DJ LeMahieu. I do think there's issues there, but the biggest issue I see is actually in the backup catcher role. We all know that catchers don't catch every day. I mean, someone's got to probably catch about 40 games usually. Another catcher catches 125. And I don't see like Alex Jackson as the Yankees backup catcher. I mean, the guy's 30 years old and he's a career like sub 100 hitter. I mean, he's like, I don't mean any disrespect, but he's not really an MLB player. It's kind of strange that we don't have a second catcher, isn't it?
No, we do. And thanks for the call, Ben. So I've been paying a little bit of attention. I'm not watching every single pitch or out of these spring training games. I have things to do, and then sometimes they're on, yes, sometimes they're not. But I do keep an eye on Twitter and Instagram. I know I remarked like, who is JC Escara before. I'm like, I've also said like behind Wells, who has to prove it again in his second year, who they're slow playing. Who's the backup catcher? So JC Escara, He's a hitter. And, you know, if you watch that first game, they talked about how he's from Hialeah, same place as Nestor Cortez, and they played against each other. And all Nestor said is that he's a hitter. He's a left-handed hitter. I saw a dugout station. Shout out to my guy, Jules from Oakland Park, or from Oakland, New Jersey, that calls in. And he put out a post saying Yankees catcher J.C. Escara has put himself in position to make the opening day roster. He won the Leadham batting title. That's the Dominican Republic League. He won that batting title this past winter and learned from the great Yadier Molina. The Yankees organization also loves his defense. So this guy might be in the lead over an Alex Jackson. And for those of you that were paying attention to get today against the Twins, Uncle Ben Rice was cooking behind the dish. Ben Rice has put on, I think, 10 pounds of muscle. He's saying that he's hitting the ball harder, and Ben Rice is back to his true position at catcher. So he's also in the mix. 888-808-1019. Chris is in Manalapan, New Jersey. Next up on the Fan in New York.
Yo, what's up, my guy?
What's up, Chris?
Hey, buddy, how you been?
I'm good. I'm watching this, Lakers game now. This Mavericks-Lakers game. Obviously, there's some tension, and they're flying around early. So this is going to be a good, basketball game with the Luka Doncic trade.
Hey, check this out. I'm thinking outside the box, right? The Jets pick 7th, right?
Correct.
If we take the kid from Penn State, defensive end.
I don't honestly. I just don't. I don't think Abdul Carter falls to 7. They're saying he's generational. He's 6'3", 250. Somebody's gonna take him like that. I don't know. I don't think if he falls to 7, hell yeah. Okay, yeah.
You go out and get maybe a Justin Fields. I really have a lot of belief in the kid from Central Miami who was hurt that we drafted that's still on the team. That kid was a beast in college.
Central Miami. Oh, Jordan Travis from Florida State.
Yeah. I think if that kid heals, that kid could be, that kid, when he was in college, he was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a Florida State fan. Thanks for the call, Chris. I wouldn't put a $10 bonus bet on him being a factor at quarterback for the Jets this year. 888-808-1019. I'm rooting for the guy. And he's an athlete. He's a competitor. And hell, if he doesn't get hurt, Florida State is probably, in the college football playoff, and who knows how the script changes. But, he's just a non-factor right now. I think I was listening to BT earlier today saying, and this regime of the Jets didn't draft him. So, they have no loyalty to him, no allegiance to him. And as I talked about, their decision with Aaron Rodgers to move on from Aaron Rodgers was probably mostly based on what they saw on film. They have no film of Jordan Travis. He's slightly undersized. And, I don't know. All of these guys are good in college. All these guys are good in college. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. I'm bigger than Jordan Travis. Pause. I don't know. I just can't. I think I said earlier, you can't call me up and say Jordan Travis. That if you want to really piss Jets fans off, you move on from Aaron Rodgers and you sell them on Jordan Travis, they're going to be pissed. A completely unproven, unknown guy who is he's a non-factor. What he'll be is a good camp story. If he's healthy, if he can turn some heads in preseason exhibition games, but no, it's Tyrod, maybe it's Justin Fields. And if that number 7 overall pick, you got a quote unquote defensive minded coach. If Abdul Carter falls to 7, hell yeah, they're putting that card in. It'll take them 3 seconds to put that card in. 888-808-1019. Andrew in Portland, Oregon on the Fan in New York. What's up, Drew? I'm good.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say, going back a week or so ago, I kind of wanted to call in about the can't take our sport, can't take.
Nah, I knew eventually you were going to get to it.
Into it. I'm not going to get into it.
No, go ahead.
That was an epic game. That was an.
So you're in Oregon, but you were born in Canada. Just fill me in on that.
it's actually the other way around. I'm Canadian. Half of my family is from Canada. I have dual citizenship, but ironically, I was born in Oregon. I lived in Canada until I was about 7, 8 years old.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, no, and you were ahead of the curve because I was pumped up on that first USA win, and you were waiting on it to come back around, and you were correct.
Well, I tell you what, I say nail biter because I was telling all my friends, everybody at work, hey, the puck could have easily landed the other way. USA has the best goalie in the world, man. Yeah, that was crazy. Hey, but before I ask you about the Yankees real quick, you're talking football. Look, you're talking a lot about Shedeur Sanders, and hey, you may think I'm bugging out. Deion's great. I'm a huge Deion fan, but if the Giants are in a position to take Cam Ward, if it's Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, it's got to be Cam Ward. Now, if Cam Ward is taken before the Giants pick, I hear what you're saying when you're talking about guys like Jackson Dart, Quinn Ewers. Shedeur Sanders, I think, is a lot more of a project than people are letting on because I'm over here in Oregon. I'm an Oregon State alum, and I can remember my Oregon State Beavers beating Shedeur Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes only a year and a half ago.
Yeah. And I mean, they got smacked by the Ducks. That was a real wake-up call 2 years ago.
We're not the Ducks. Yeah, exactly. We're not the Ducks. I think we can compete, but even the Beavers aren't the Ducks. So I mean, if the Buffaloes, if Sanders leading that Colorado team can't beat, a team like my Beavers, if he can't beat a team like, BYU, if he can't even beat the Mormon boys in the Alamo Bowl, how is he going to beat the Bama boys in the NFL?
Yeah, it's different. In the NFL, you're going to have the most talented players all around you. They came into a 1-11 program, and Deion trying to get everybody to transfer in and NIL, and Rome isn't built in a day, they say. Like, I just don't think that Deion was able to put the offensive line and talent around his son to actually compete with actual programs that have been established and recruiting top talent for years.
Well, I hear you, but you also got Travis Hunter, who's projected to be a top 5 pick as well. So you got another
Unicorn, a different kind of specimen.
Exactly. I'll be going here. You got other callers. I just, I'm like you. I'm a big Cowboys fan, and so I see Dak Prescott get taken in the 4th round. I see the San Francisco 49ers be led by a quarterback who is a 7th round draft pick.
But how does all of this happen, Andrew? None of us know anything. Some guys get overhyped. Some guys get undervalued. Some guys get underestimated. Some guys get criticized for stuff in college that they don't underestimate. They completely underestimate, and they don't have a way to gauge like a Brock Purdy's compete level or his knowledge of a system, or a Dak Prescott, his athleticism and him being able to evolve. They looked at him at Mississippi State and even Brock at Iowa State, and they're like, no, this isn't going to translate to the NFL. Nobody knows anything.
Well, and that's my point. Colorado's been under the spectrum. They've been under the spotlight for a couple of years now, and that's my point. If he hasn't been able to beat these teams in the Big 12 this year and a half, I don't know if that's going to translate to beating teams in the NFL.
Just 2 years.
What do you think about the Yankees' chance about getting Ryan McMahon, that third baseman from the Rockies?
Thanks for the call, Andrew. I think their chance to get Ryan McMahon is as good as their chance to get Luis Arias, Carlos Correa, Nolan Arenado, Key Brian Hayes. They're not making trades right now. I don't know. I just was talking about John Birdie last year. The Yankees they're good where they are. Hal told you we're at $308 million, and I don't believe spending more correlates to having a better team. So we're gonna ride with who we have, unless they're able to trade Marcus Stroman's $18 million. I don't expect anything else. I expect them to keep watching guys and go with what they have within. And then also going back to what Andrew was saying, okay, if you're going to judge Shedeur Sanders transferring from Jackson State, a historically black college, into a 1-11 Colorado program that had been a doormat. Yeah, they might have lost some games to the Oregons, Nebraskas, Kansas, Oregon State, established programs that kids grow up dreaming of going to and that they've been doing this for years. I think it says more about the kid that he was able to win so fast in a place where they weren't able to recruit guys for years, build a program for years, put a team around him that had been together as freshmen, sophomore, juniors, seniors. If you come into the NFL, this is not college. You come into the NFL, you have pro-level players at every position. You have talent, the best of the best at every position. If you can get the play in, call the play, read the defense, run the play, you're going to be good. And I think that Shedeur Sanders is getting a lot of hate. He's getting a lot of, like, if he played like he played and it wasn't Deion's kid and it wasn't prime time and the glitz and glamour of the prime effect, he'd be getting more respect. The yards, the completions, and like me watching him, he was always running for his life. He was always scrambling out of the pocket, trying to set his feet elsewhere. He was never in the pocket. He was always, escaping out to the hash and trying to chuck the ball downfield and hold on to the ball for a long time. My one knock against him, similar to Caleb Williams, is he's going to have to get rid of the ball. He's not going to be able to hold the ball and try and create like that in the NFL. These guys are running 4-4 coming off the edge.
I think the one thing, and you said it, is that his last name is Sanders, right? And listen, a lot of that is on him. He's the one that wanted to do the NIL stuff. He chose to go with his father. So, this is a little bit on him too, but a lot of it is unfair when it comes to Shedeur Sanders. Because if he had any other name, if he was Shedeur Rosenberg or Shedeur McPherson,
But what if he was Shedeur Manning? Manning's what named their kid Shedeur. What does Shedeur mean? I gotta look that up. But like Archie Manning is already the number 1 pick next year. He's already a lock. Archie Manning is. We all want Archie next year. We got to see him play a whole season. He had some good highlights, but he also lost out to Quinn Ewers back-to-back years. Like
quarterback, Deion didn't. I think that's like the difference.
But still, at the same time, it's like we've already proclaimed Archie Manning as the next great NFL quarterback. Let's see what he does at Texas this year. Let's see what Shedeur Sanders does in the NFL this year, away from his dad. First time his dad won't be coaching him, away from, all the glitz and glamour, the hype. Like the NFL, you got to prove it. You come into that locker room, they don't care about your Rolly and your Cybertruck. You got to go out there and earn the respect of your teammates. You got to go out there and be a leader. And I think that kid is ready to do so. Steve is in Rockland on the Fan. Go for it, Steve. You got it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Keith, man, you played the position. I when it comes to this quarterback stuff, I am listening to you and, putting that in, but I don't want to. Anyway, you did say something before, Keith, and I thought it was very generous when you say the Giants traditionally whip on offensive linemen. And I had to call, because let's face it, 6 years, they could not put anything in front of Saquon for 6 years. That's one solid guy every year, and then a guy on the bench, that's got some versatility, just in case of an injury. And all I said was, I would never predict, oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. All I said to people was, watch what happens when Saquon gets an offensive line in front of him. That's all I ever said. I didn't say he's going to do this. I didn't say he's going to do that. All I said was, watch what happens. Because this guy is outstanding. And you know what? I mean, I'm a huge Giant fan. I was right. So when you say, the Giants traditionally put on offensive linemen, that is being very generous. And please, Giants, just in case John Mara, any of you guys are listening, please don't pick an offensive lineman. It's right.
They can't. They absolutely can't. There's too many talented skill players and game wreckers. Like they can't go offensive linemen and potentially miss. Thanks for the call, Steve. I'll say a couple of things. My little bit of college football experience 15 years ago, it doesn't really count for much to anybody, but I do have experience playing the quarterback position. I do know what I'm looking at. And I'm not the type of person to say somebody's going to be a bust, because there's so many variables. Just like as Andrew was talking about Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott, I'm like, yeah, but those guys were written off. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. He's about to get paid. Dak Prescott was a 4th-round draft pick. He's super paid because Jerry Jones never believed in him. and he got proven wrong time after time after time. So, like, I started off the show tonight about quarterbacks and New York being about clicks and New York being quarterback needy and how, like, look how much conversation we can have about nothing. Nobody knows what Cam Ward is going to be. I think Cam Ward's got arm talent. He's got moxie. I think he should be the number one quarterback. But I'm not acting like Shedeur Sanders can't play quarterback in the NFL. I'm not. I think with the right system, the right talent around him, I think he's got the right, like, head for the game, the right personality. I think he's going to be good. And then as far as the Giants go, Will Hernandez, Eric Flowers, Evan Neal, and, like, Andrew Thomas is a good player, but the best ability is availability. So right now, like, that is a whiff on the offensive line. And when you talk about Saquon Barkley, they had Saquon Barkley for his best years out the gate, coming out of Penn State, touched by the hand of God. Saquon Barkley, no matter what. And they never put the offensive line in front of him. He goes down to Philly with a good offensive line. 2K say could have been the all-time leading rusher in the NFL for sure. If he plays that last game, he could have been the all-time leading rusher. He does own the record for the regular season and the playoffs, and now he's a Super Bowl champion the year after he gets away from an organization that never put a wall in front of him. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We're coming right back after this. All right, Joe, we're rolling back to the chat to see what y'all talking about. Yeah, so Edward, bro, I explain this almost every time. Talking Nets was a podcast that I didn't even ever want to do. I'm blessed that I got the opportunity to do it, but that was an idea of John Boy and John Boy Media. John Boy Media had Talking Yanks, they had Talking Giants, they had Talking Knicks, and someone said, with Katie and Kyrie coming to Brooklyn, you should start a Nets podcast. I happened to be in the fold back then in 2019 going into 2020. And me being from Jersey, me being a Nets fan, I started up the podcast and it took off. Honestly, it did good enough where, like, Kevin Durant followed the podcast. The Yes Network did a special on us. I was able to sell merch. I was able to do a lot of things, but I stopped working with John Boy. I carried the podcast from John Boy to Odyssey. I did it for 2 seasons, but I keep telling everybody I had a baby. I had a kid. So I just don't have time to be talking about the Nets. And the Nets traded Kyrie. Like, Kyrie is on my screen right now playing for the Mavericks. KD plays for the Suns. They blew the damn team up, and people stopped caring as much. I stopped caring as much because it wasn't making me money and it wasn't worth my time. As you guys get older in your lives, you're going to understand it's either time or money. And if something doesn't make you money and something takes away from your time, you can't do it. I'm an adult. When I started it, I was a little younger. I don't have time to do things for fun. I barely sleep. Like, I just, I built this YouTube channel that a lot of you are watching this on. Like, I built this off of those Talking Nets vlogs and episodes. But then once I got a monetized YouTube account and stopped doing the podcast, what was I supposed to do? Just not use the monetized account? Now I'm making money off of what we call McPherson brand. Keith McPherson's personal brand, me going live on my radio show, me doing vlog content, going to see the Devils, me public speaking. There's some more stuff rolling out. So I basically just rebranded the channel. Can I bring back Talking Nets when the Nets are good again and maybe my life changes and I have time? I also had, how many different co-hosts I had? Somebody in the chat feels me. I had Hudson Flynn as a co-host. I had Robin Lundberg as a co-host. I had Alex Azarm as a co-host. I had a bunch of guests. Couldn't do it on my own anymore. Couldn't do it. It wasn't worth my time anymore. Like, I'm a New York City radio host. I got to show up and kill it here for 5 hours a night. And to do that, I got to book guests. I got to read articles. I had to give it up, man. And the Yankees are always my bread and butter anyway. So I don't do any Yankees podcasts anymore either. I did George's Box. I did Pinstripe Strong. I don't do any Yankee pods either. All right, let's see. Holmes was facing minor leaguers. Let's see. Marte. Yo, Keith, I did a pod with JJ tonight. Yeah, I think I read that before. I think I saw that. Do you still think the Nets will make the play-in? I think they can. But I think it'd be typical Nets to come just short, to be right where they are. Teeter-totter and stay right there at 11. Boone's wife on air made my whole night. That's funny. I'm glad I could shout you out. Keith, I hope Stanton don't stay out the whole season. I don't think he will, but who knows? Shout out John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Yeah, John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota. I don't like anything in the jerseys back. Somehow. Yeah, they're not going to put names on the back. You could buy one, but they're not going to play with the names on the back. Yankees are listening. No more Frank after the loss. Facial McPherson rules. Yep. McPherson spelled, I think you added an A. Just correcting you for, for future. McPherson, like McPherson brand. The brand is strong. The brand is being built. Yeah, TNT in here is like channel 50 something, not 37. What about the Mannings? I mentioned the Mannings. Should the New York Giants sign Matthew Stafford and draft a quarterback? No. Draft a quarterback. Do not give up the draft capital and do not give up the cap space for Matthew Stafford. Peak John Boy years then. Yeah, special time. What's up, Keith? Love what you do. Diehard Mets fan. I'm concerned about our rotation. Do you think we sign Jose Iglesias back? No, I don't think they do. All right. I got to get back to the show. What happened? In a bag. The future. The future. The Yankees have beards and they don't play New York after they lose. We are in the future. Your nighttime host. Also, the future is now. Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking your calls until midnight. This is KM to AM. Let's get right back into it. Val is in the Bronx. What's up, Dunn? You're back on the Fan. Hanging out, watching this Lakers game, talking to people, I stayed out of it, but I knew they would eventually come to a resolution, and they have. Yeah. Rose.
We are reacting to the things that we have to do to try to get our team better. You know what I'm saying? So I like how you answered all those stuff because everything that we do is not about y'all. Y'all got y'all things to do. We got our things to do. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Beautiful time in New York. So what I really wanted to talk about,
These are my men.
There you go. There you go. To get to what I called you about is, it's so eerie how that happened. And you mentioned something about it a little bit. I think you were coming back from a break and you were talking about a report that you saw. I wanted to call you last night, but the show was short. And I got carried away with some stuff at work, so I couldn't get on. I am really, really getting scared. When I started putting the TVs together, just based on how it happened, the ominous quote that you got from Boone about it being a personal thing, but he let him handle it. The other one that came from Judge where he said, you know what, I had dinner with the guy, but he's in a positive frame of mind. I just need him to be good mid-season. And then you hear he was coming to see the doctor, and then you hear it where it's like connected somehow to, no, it's not about that, it's a personal reason. I am so afraid that stuff that you said earlier, that he's actually contemplating retirement right now. When it first came out with the news about what was going on early in spring, I said to myself, you know what, we can deal with this. This happens all the time. But then when you started hearing about the kind of injury it was, I'm just getting scared that it's something where it's so debilitating on him, and he's being told that there's stuff that he has to do for him to come back. That he's really wondering right now. And at this point, he needs to call it quits. If that is the case, let me be firm when I say right now, I'm throwing my vote in the same cap as my captain Judge. if what was going on when they were having dinner was Judge telling them, yo, Stan, we really need you, bro. Whatever you need to do, we behind you all the way. We don't care what happens. If there's anything that you can do, we even willing to wait until, you know, like he said, mid-season. So long as we get you and we know that you're good to go from there. If there's anything that you could do to come back, bro, we need that back and we need that leadership, because there were things that went on late in the season when, like, even me and you were talking about it dead as we were going through the playoffs, and he had that firm belief where it's like, dude, we have not finished our meal yet. He's the one that sets tone. He doesn't do it loud, but he does it quietly, you know? So I'm hoping that's not the case, but please, if there's anything that you could do to get back, Stan, we willing to wait for you, my man. Yo, Fitz, as always, it's a pleasure. Then have a good one, man. Enjoy your night, all right? Do it.
Thanks for the call, Val. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just minding my business on Giancarlo Stanton. This is year 8 with the Yankees. This is a guy that he didn't want the ALCS MVP trophy. He said there's another trophy I want. This is a guy that, you know, when the season ended and they asked him about Juan Soto, he said, stay with us. Just stay with us. We're not done. Stay with us. Juan Soto saw it differently, and that's fine. But I think that Giancarlo Stanton wants to win a World Series. I think that Giancarlo Stanton does have a challenge in front of him with this tennis elbow issue. It may require surgery, or it may require a lot of rest and rehab, and it's got to be disappointing for him. This guy is the model Yankee as far as how he carries himself and how he talks to the media. And when he was hurt last year with the hamstring, he said, it's not about me. It's about when I can get back. We're not about to make this about me. He's disappointed when he's hurt. He's not the type, like, he's not Anthony Rendon. Not to, you know, take a shot at Anthony Rendon, but you understand what I'm saying if you watch baseball. Anthony Rendon is chilling, collecting the money. Stan knows he gets paid a lot of money, but he also knows that he is a potential Hall of Famer, right? I don't think he's shutting it down. He's got home runs to hit. He's trying to get to 500, right? So I'm just minding my business on the Stanton front. I think he'll come back. I just think that it's got to be tough. He's another year older. Losing to the Dodgers, the hometown team he grew up watching. And yeah, like, and it's got to be there's mental gymnastics in, like, yo, I'm another year older. Can I do it again? I got to carry Judge big ass again.
And I wonder, and again, we have no idea if it's more than the elbows, if this is like a personal situation off the field. So we got to be, like, careful. But you wonder if he's like, if he actually has 2 tennis elbows, which apparently he does, why he didn't get it taken care of the day after the season ended.
I thought rest would treat it and it would go away. Not swinging a bat for a while, it'll go away. These guys aren't doctors.
No, but they have the best doctors in the.
Yeah, they got to be proactive. But I blame the Yankees. That's why I said he's immune from that. But if I'm the Yankees, I'm checking on a guy that hits home runs. If they throw him a fastball in the postseason, he's parking it. You need that guy.
And you're leaving to the Yankees, and they know him, and they know he's consistently injured and hurt. But what he did in the postseason, you just know the guy's going to be there. You wonder if this is just going to kind of be like, the hockey has it as like an LTIR situation, where you just put a guy out LTIR if he's hurt a little bit, and it opens up your cap, and he's available to come for the playoffs. And you wonder if they would just, you know what, G, stay on the bench until the All-Star break. Until after the All-Star break. Play the last 2 months of the season and get yourself ready for the postseason. That's all you need to do for us.
Yeah, but
specifically would actually do that.
Yeah, regardless of that, that's a huge hole in their lineup. They need a DH, and it can't be like a rotating DH type of thing. Like, if Stanton is out, wake up. Like, come on, what's going on? This is supposed to be a warpath. This is supposed to be a revenge season. This is supposed to be hell-bent on being a champion. This is supposed to be, yo, let's get some get back from being mocked, right? This is supposed to be, yeah, we're using what the Dodgers said as motivation. To me, if you know Stanton is out and you know you're looking at DJ and Oswaldo and Peraza at third base, then like those two things are opposite. Those two things are not matching up to me. So I don't know. I would try and do something sooner rather than later.
Probably opens up for Arenado, even if people don't like it or whatever.
Anything. I just ran through the names of third basemen they could trade for. I think I heard Morash suggesting Alex Verdugo. I wouldn't do that. I even said I'd do JD Martinez before I do Alex Verdugo, just to bring a bat in here And I know some Mets fans are going to be like, oh, Mets leftovers. So what? He's a professional hitter. He's not done yet. And then if Stanton does come back, you have his bench. You have his bat on the bench. The Yankees never have a bench. I was talking last night about pinch hitting Jose Trevino, pinch hitting Mike Ford. Like, they never have somebody to go to.
Against those players, but you're right. The deeper bench you have, the more likely you're going to be to get it.
It's a chess game. If you're in the World Series and you got to pinch hit Jose Trevino, if you're in the ALCS and you got to pinch hit Mike Ford, you've kind of crapped out. 888-808-1019. Josh is in Connecticut on the Fan in New York.
Hey Keith, how are you, man?
I'm good, hanging out, you know.
Yeah. So I was wanting to see what you thought about with Manaea getting injured, Montas injured, what you thought about the Mets trading for someone like Luis Castillo from the Mariners or Pablo Lopez from the Twins.
Yeah, I was just talking about this during the break. Someone in the chat suggested it, and I'm like, I think that the Mets are set right now, right? They don't want to give up prospects. They don't want to spend any more money. From Michael King to Dylan Cease to Luis Castillo to Pablo Lopez, someone called and mentioned Sandy Alcantara. Like, I don't think that the Mets are looking to trade for another starter. They have 6 starters right now, and they're going to see how those guys pitch in the spring. They're going to see how Sean Manaea bounces back. Like, I don't think that, like, they traded for an outfielder, and I was like, what do you need another outfielder for? You would think that they'd be trying to address pitching / Nick Madrigal going down. I don't think that they have urgency right now on February 25th with 5-6 weeks. I don't think that they're feeling urgent right now to make a move to trade for a starter. Stearns came out and said he likes the depth of this rotation more this year than he did last year.
Yeah, that's surprising me because, I mean, I think that, David Stearns and, the Mets have built up their pitching lab over the past couple of years and it's turned out well. But when you look at the guys on this roster, it doesn't, I look at the pitchers on the roster, it doesn't look very promising. I mean, Tyler McGill is currently, with Manaea and Montas down, Tyler McGill is our, number 3 starter. And he always finds himself in the rotation every single year because of injuries. I like Tyler McGill. I think he's been around for a couple of years. He's always healthy and stuff like that. But yeah, it thinks that they're not, paying attention to the rotation as I think they should. It's probably the weakest part of the team. I think that they, the best options, for their bench and their infield is that they have 5, able outfielders. Their starter rotation it's taking a hit with these injuries. So
yeah, I hear you. Thanks for the call, Josh. I hear you. And this is the Fan. This is fans talking. Yankee fans are saying our lineup's not good enough. We have holes in the lineup. Do something. And the Yankees are saying, no, we got a bunch of guys here working out that could be in the rotation or it could be in the lineup. Ben Rice, Dom Smith homer today, another former Met, Everson Pereira. We're like, Everson Pereira, DJ LeMahieu. Like the Yankees are like, no, we got plenty of guys that could be in the lineup. You might not love it, but like we like it and we're good with that. So like we have to accept it. And then on the Mets side, in a year where you add Juan Soto, you bring Pete Alonso back, you bring Jesse Winker back, your bullpen is fortified. It's much stronger. Mets fans are saying we can't survive with this rotation. Montas goes down. Manaea goes down. Do something. Sign Quintana. Make a trade for someone. And they're telling you, no, we trust Jeremy Hefner and our pitching lab. We trust our depth. We're going to see how spring training goes and how guys look before we overreact. But fans are always going to overreact. Fans are always going to overproject. And I go back to last year, everybody in baseball, I know we talked about it on the Fan. Nope, rotation's not good enough. Nope, in their division, they have the 4th best rotation. They don't have a top 10 rotation in the National League. How are they going to survive with this rotation? And then the rotation, by the time they were going on their run, was something that they could stand on and say, hey, no matter who goes out there, from Luis Severino to Sean Manaea to Jose Quintana, David Peter, like these guys are lights out. So maybe they're on that again. The outfielder that they traded for was from the Cubs, Alexander Canario. The Mets added 2 nights ago, and I thought that alert was going to be for pitching. You lose 2 starters. I'm like, well, whatever. But Alex Canario from the Cubs. He posted an 850 OPS with 18 homers and 64 AAA games. Must be a guy that I think he got DFA'd by the Cubs. Must be a guy that they had their eye on, and they're like, okay, this is a guy that we think we can work with and do something. Again, you have no choice but to trust in David Stearns. David Stearns is the type of guy who is the smartest guy in the room, and like I said, I give him credit. He is not going to be a passenger and sit in the car and not grab the wheel while you're driving off the highway. He is actively watching the road, and there's no games. So, like, he doesn't have to make a move. The deadline is months from now, right? If he feels like you need some help, he's going to get you some help. It's just not going to be sexy enough for you, which Steve Cohen calling for fans to come to the ballpark. It's like, hey, Steve, we're not pulling up to see a Griffin Canning start. Ralph is in Lakewood on the Fan. What's up, Ralph?
Hi, Keith. How are you?
I'm great.
I'm a little upset at you. I'm going to be honest because I'm
What'd I do?
a fan of yours.
What'd I do?
You said something today that got me upset, and you're probably not going to want to talk about it. But if you brought it up on the radio, then you need to be willing to discuss it. You were talking about how the Yankees, got to get with the times, and the Beards. I'm out of breath. Sorry. And they're with the Beards, they finally got rid of the policy. And you mentioned and they were the last team to have Pride Night. These people need to be honest. Well, why? Why? Well, why do the Yankees need to honor that? Like, why? Because the rest of the league did that. They chose not to honor that. They could have, you could claim to be a lasagna and identify as a lasagna, but we don't need to honor that. Like, I don't understand.
Shout out to Jonathan Loizaga, aka Johnny Lasagna. Listen, yeah, but I don't. Hey, listen, Rob. I don't want to get too deep into it. I am straight, and I'm like, not for nothing. Like, I hear you, and I know where we're going with this. All I was doing was pointing to the fact that the Yankees were under fire a little bit. They were, at least on Twitter and some articles written about, hey, why are the Yankees not doing a Pride Night when other teams in New York and in baseball are doing?
If the owner of the Yankees doesn't agree with the concept, I don't care what the other team.
Maybe they didn't. Listen, maybe they didn't for a while, but they have been doing Legacy of Pride Night now for years. It is. No, I don't know if it was a buckling thing. Thanks for the call, Ralph. That's what you're mad at me about? That's what you're mad at me about? I thought it was going to be about beards. I thought you were going to say something about me saying that George is not rolling over the beards. Come on, yo. Like, I don't know, yo. I don't want to get deep into it because this is not the platform for it. But I don't judge people. I let everybody be who they want to be. If you want to be a lasagna, be a lasagna. That's not for me to ridicule you or tell you what your life is supposed to be. But when we're talking about the Yankees, right? The Yankees, look up the Yankees Legacy of Pride. And I'll do the research for you during the break. I vividly remember this. Like, the Yankees were slow to have their Pride Night. And I don't think it was pushing back. And I also don't think they folded. I think that they wanted it to be special. I think they wanted to do it in their own way. And they're New York Yankees. And they found a way to do it and put the story to it and make it very New York and roll it out in a certain type of way. They didn't want it to just be eyewash. They didn't want to just be, hey, we're putting up a rainbow Yankee logo. It's Pride Night. Go crazy. No, they said, here's how we have been working on presenting our Pride Night and honoring the LGBTQ community. I'll get you the information during the break. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. So now I got to do Pride Night research on when the Yankees started their Pride Night. And people are mad at me over that? Bro, what? Bro, don't get it twizzy. I'm the pause captain on the radio. I gotta say that, bro. That was crazy, yo. Where do you rank the Yankees amongst MLB? They should be the best team in the American League, a top team. There were so many Co's, I forgot their names. What's scarier, Soto World Series or regular season MVP? World Series. If Juan Soto and the Mets win the World Series the first year Juan Soto is a Met, that is living hell for Yankee fans. Speaking of Stan, Boone worded that response well, very ambiguous, sort of made it like Big G might have some legal issues. I don't know. He's rich. If he got legal issues, he got lawyers. Who is your favorite basketball team besides the Nets? My favorite basketball team besides the Nets? That's a great question. Right now, not the Knicks. I've always rooted for LeBron. So I'm going to say the Lakers because I also was a big Kobe fan. And I went from being a Bulls bandwagon kid to getting older and wanting to be a Lakers fan. And I always tell a story on the fan about how my brother took me to see the Lakers and Kobe at MSG. And I was surrounded by Knicks fans. And I knew I knew that I knew that I couldn't be a Lakers fan in New York, New Jersey. Let's see. All right, so now I just have this homework to do here. I'm going to short and simple. I'm going to say the Yankees started their Pride Night this night. I know that they connected it with like the Stonewall riot and those type of things. And we're going to move on because like, I think like 2017 or 18. But like you're mad at me for no, but like the callers, like I'm mad at you about. So I'm like, what are we talking about, bro? They started in 2019. That's late. That's late. I'm gonna keep it quick. You know what it is, yo? Like being black and feeling racism and discrimination my entire life that I did nothing to deserve, that I did nothing to earn, being mistreated, being disrespected, being judged before I could even open my damn mouth. I try not to do that to other people. I try not to project on other people. I try not to tread on other people. I try not to treat other people like I don't know. You guys will hear what I'll say. I just think that's nuts. Okay, quickly here on the Fan in New York, KM to AM, approaching the last hour I have on tonight. The Lakers lead the Dallas Mavericks 42-36. Got eyes on that. Taking your calls on sports. This is WFAN Sports Talk Radio in New York City. I'd like to keep it to sports, but I said the topics vary and we veer off. And I guess it's my job, I know it's my job to bring us back. And I guess, people are going to call in and express themselves and say any type of thing. But before we went into the break, I said I was going to do the quick research and enlighten the audience or anybody else out there that might be mad at me for suggesting it or bringing it up, but I made a parallel to something. The Yankees deciding to end their facial hair policy in 2025, 49 years of a policy. It is okay. It's a sign of the times. It is progressive. It's them getting in front of it. It's them saying, hey, this is not the hill that we want to die on. It's not worth it. In 2025, But I made the parallel being a Yankee fan, going to that stadium and knowing, right, that they did not start their Pride Night initiative until 2019. 2019. So the New York Yankees hosted their first Pride Night in 2019, and that was to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Inn uprising. So take what you want from that, Google that, whatever, and it'll come up with all the stuff, this AI overview that, the Yankees held an on-field ceremony. And I told you that I knew some of what they did, but not exactly. I might have been there. The Yankees awarded 5 student leaders with $10,000 in scholarships. They started the Stonewall Scholarship Initiative, right? A portion of every ticket sold went to NYC Pride initiatives. So I'm just going to leave it there. But what I was saying about the Yankees is they didn't want to make it eyewash. They weren't just going to throw up a logo and say Happy Pride Night. They did it in their own way, and they did it in a way that affected the community, the LGBTQ community, and it wasn't just, fake. It was real. So, it might have taken them a couple years. I don't know when the rest of MLB started doing it. I don't know when the rest of New York teams started doing it. But the Yankees started doing it in 2019, and they did it their own way because they're the New York Yankees, and that's what they do. They move their own way to the beat of their own drum, and they've earned that right. 888-808-1019. Let's go back to Lakewood. Ari's in Lakewood on the Fan in New York. What's up, kid? Hello. I hope for Star Wars night, May the 4th be with you, because that's Giancarlo Stanton bobblehead night. He'll be dressed as a Jedi with the cloak and the lightsaber. No, I don't think he'll be back by the 4th. I just think, man, I got to go back to my notes. I think Brian Hoke put out the tweet yesterday that Judge had a little Freudian slip and basically said yeah, we'll be expecting him back in the middle of the season. Middle of the season? So Brian Hoke wrote, Aaron Judge on Giancarlo Stanton traveling back to New York for further testing. We'll see what the doctors say about what's going on. I've been checking with him every day, talking to him. We went out to dinner. He's got a positive mindset with everything. I want a healthy G in the middle of the season. It's 162 games. You do the math. What happens? When do we break? I'll see you guys in Atlanta for the All-Star game. That sucks. If we are going to miss Stanton and his power and his protection and his threat in the lineup and his leadership, and for the first half of the season, that's a blow. The Yankees have taken a blow. Will they respond? Will they react? Will they do something before we get to opening day? Or will they, and I expect them to take the approach of seeing how it goes, and it's a long season. And how many times do I scream about the math is the math. These games in April affect your regular season totals in September. I think that they're just going to go with what they have internally and hope that we win games and not overreact. They don't want to spend any more money. They don't want to go buy a JD Martinez. They don't want to trade for anybody. You very well could see Dom Smith DH it. And I understand if you're mad about that. It's okay. You can be mad about that because you're mad about losing the World Series and you want more and you want better for the Yankees, and so do I. Let's go to Peter in Hauppauge, New York. Did I say that correctly? I don't know all these towns. What's up, Peter?
Peter Alonso playing with the Mets because me and my brother had a discussion because he kept telling me, oh, Alonso's going to sign with the Mets and he's going to be with the Mets. And my brother's a big Boomer and Gino fan. So he heard it on their show.
Yeah. Pete has been back with the Mets for weeks now. Thanks for the call, Peter. Let's go, Pete. Pete Alonso, Polar Bear, 2025. Prove it year again. Go prove it. 888-808-1019. Last hour of my show, open mic time. Whatever you want to talk about that I didn't hit, I'll sprinkle in some other topics that I didn't bring up as well. KM to AM. We'll be right back. Bruh. Yeah, but I think it's funny. You mad at me? I'm the main one that be like, yo, pause. Like, pause. I'm the main one to be like, yo, chill with that. Yeah, it's suspect. Anyway. Mets could look into Shane McClanahan or Framber Valdez. Nah, the Rays and the Astros are going to be looking to contend. If they're out of it, maybe, but I don't think those are options. Yankees should be all in on a rental infielder like Willie Castro. Yeah, we're going to let that one rock. Heck of a show tonight. This is what I do, man. That's what I do, man. That's what I do, man. KM to AM, you heard? You know? Getting my respect out here. Not just on the fan, not just in the city, nationally. We got people watching from all over. If you're in the chat and you're not watching specifically from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, hit us up. Tell us where you're from. Why trade Castro when Arias is available? Where's he going to play? Where's he going to play? Second? And have Jazz play third? They don't want to do that. What's up, Keith? Glad to see you, love. Appreciate it. You quickly hit the live. But you can say that. Like, you know, people be like, I'm good, love. Enjoy. Glad to see you, love. Glad to see you live. Respect. Castro is better than Arias. Castro plays above average defense and gets on base just barely less than Arias. You're correct. That's what I'm saying when I talk about everybody wanting Luis Arias. Where is he going to play? They have an emphasis on defense this year. They don't want to put him at second base, and they don't want to put Jazz at third base and like have Jazz still learning on the fly over there. Man, glad to be here. Glad to connect with you guys. I will set up the audio so that the audio you're hearing is the MacBook speakers. It's not bad, but it's not optimal. And me being a radio guy, a radio major in college, working at Guitar Center, I'm very particular about audio and sounds, and I know what to do to fix this. I just haven't gotten around to it, but you know, we're in the first couple weeks of me doing these lives. I will set it up where it'll sound a lot better. Showing those guns. Yeah, through the sweatshirt. Through the sweatshirt. You see it. You see it. DH is open now. It is. It is. Who's the Yankees DH? Judge? You putting Belly in right field? You putting Trent Grisham in center field? Trent Grisham's not even going yet. He's coming back from a hamstring injury. Just not great, bro. Like Everson Pereira DH today. Like Everson Pereira, Dom Smith, Ben Rice as your DH options. Like I can't take you seriously. I can't take you seriously with Ben Rice or Dom Smith as your DH. Spencer Jones will be the new DH. Spencer Jones was hitting home runs in the spring last year. He's not ready. I took 2 calls on that last night. Spencer Jones. I'm like, you guys gotta like just stop. Like, you just please. Like, he's not ready. He's not an option. I'm glad he's hitting homers. I'm glad he's hitting. But he needs another year of development. And maybe he comes up at the end of the year. He's not a DH option. You'd be mad as hell if Spencer Jones was getting DH at bats. You'd be calling the show like, yeah, send him back down. He's not there yet. They're in spring training, and I don't know, he's hitting a home run in the 7th inning against a random schmuck. Like, it's so different. Like, it's not. Arias for DH, I mean, in front of Judge. Okay. But still, what would AJ Preller want for Luis Arias, and you're trading for him just for him to be a bat, just for him to DH?
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Aaron Glenn getting ready for his first year as head coach, and his first combine begins later in the week. Also, trying to explain what he expects an Aaron Glenn type player to look like. For the Giants, Joe Shane asked about them and what they might be doing with that third overall pick. Yankees reliever Scott Effross walked off the mound after his first pitch due to a hamstring injury. Unclear the severity. Will undergo further testing. Been a rough go for Effross since the Bombers picked it up in 2022, trying to make his way back from Tommy John and back surgeries. Rangers got a couple of goals from Johnny Brodzinski, 36 saves from Igor Shesterkin, ripped the Islanders 5-1. JT Miller's fifth since coming back to the Rangers. Matt Rempe had his second of the season. Blue Shirts within 2 points to the final playoff spot. 47 degrees, cloudy sky at Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Oh, yeah. 1 hour to go. Let's finish this thing, man. Another 5-hour sprint. KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling and being a part of the show. Dial 888-808-1019 as it's open mic time. Bring something to the table that we haven't heard or we haven't thought about yet. And shout out to everybody in the chat watching as well, throwing some stuff out there. We're approaching 1,000 views online, and I appreciate you guys rocking with me. So let's get back to it. I did not bring this up yet.